Gerai, tai mes gal galėtumėm tada pradėti, nes visos minutės suskaičiuotos. Galim pradėti? Yeah. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to those who are in Vilnius or connected with us from Europe, other capitals in Europe, from Brussels, Berlin, Frankfurt, Warsaw, Zagreb, Athens, and other famous cities. And good morning, America. Good morning to our American participants and panelists in Washington, D.C., and in Omaha, in Nebraska, and New York. And good evening to our participants in Asia who joined us from Taiwan, Japan, South Korea, and other countries in the region. My name is Laima Andrikienė. I am member of the Lithuanian Parliament, Seimas, and I am vice chairperson of its European Affairs Committee, and in the very near past, member of the European Parliament. I will be moderating this conference, and it is my pleasure and honor to greet all panelists and participants, also our followers, who will be observing this conference on YouTube channel, Open Seimas. It is my pleasure to welcome my colleagues, Lithuanian and Polish parliamentarians who are present here and who will join us in a few minutes, because extraordinary meeting of the National Security Committee and Foreign Affairs Committee just started at the same time, 3 p.m., so they will be here in about 15-20 minutes. And also it is my pleasure to welcome foreign diplomats, Ambassador of the United States of America, Robert Gilchrist, Ambassador of Germany, Matthias Son, Ambassador of Italy, Diego Ungaro, and Ambassador of Estonia, Kai Karelson. Thank you, Excellencies, for your interest and participation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here to exchange views and debate a very important subject, EU-US relations and our policies towards China. We live in the rapidly changing world. We are challenged every day, not only by COVID-19 pandemic. Very fresh example, Ryanair commercial plane, which was on its way from Athens to Vilnius, carrying 171 passengers, citizens of 12 countries. Among them, 94 citizens of Lithuania, when flying over the territory of Belarus, was forced down in Minsk airport by Lukashenko in order to seize a prominent opposition figure and journalist, Roman Protasevich. Act of terrorism, state hijacking, Belarus, a terrorist state in our closest neighborhood, in the center of Europe, with the Ostrovets nuclear facility. Those are the terms we use to describe what happened yesterday. This event is only one of many cases we have to solve and overcome, challenged by non-democratic regimes in the Kremlin and Beijing, aggressive policies of Russia and China, and their partnership, we, the European Union and the United States need to better coordinate our transatlantic responses. It is obvious. We welcome special EU-US dialogue on PRC, and we look forward for the EU-US summit in June. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2013, when the European Commission was given the mandate to negotiate comprehensive agreement on investment, China's policy and China-EU relations have changed significantly. Already several years ago, the Lithuanian State Security Department identified China as a threat to the national security of our country. Moreover, China is seen neither a strategic partner nor an economic competitor by the European Union, but rather a systematic challenger trying to impose an alternative world order. Lithuania has withdrawn from the Belt and Road Initiative, in particular its format 17+1, intended for Central and Eastern Europe. The 8 years of participation in the said format brought no fruition to Lithuania's expectations with regard to the opening up of the Chinese market for Lithuanian products, as well as investment. In search of new markets in Asia, Lithuania now sees South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan as potential partners. In this context, our conference what we would like to is to discuss the comprehensive agreement on investment, its potential consequences for Lithuania and the EU, not only in economic terms, but also in terms of security and foreign policy, with the participation of established foreign experts and politicians of democratic states, members of the European Parliament. We would like to discuss today and evaluate in the presence, together with the US representatives, the ways and means to strengthen transatlantic cooperation, with a view to countering the efforts of China and Russia to dominate the world, and with the intention to prevent the destruction of the current world order on both sides of the Atlantic, based on the values of liberal democracy. And finally, to discuss, building on the experience of the European Union and its member states, the scope and priorities of the Lithuanian Trade Representative Office due to be launched in Taipei. I have a privilege to open the conference, and due to the situation, our Foreign Minister Gabrielius Landsbergis is not here with us, but we have his video message, his welcoming address.
Dear honorable guests, ambassadors, colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to participate in this conference. It is my honor to give few welcome remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, new geopolitical realities clearly show China's shift from a cooperation partner, economic competitor, and a systematic rival to a hybrid and security threat. I must admit that it's more than worrisome to observe how yet another permanent member of the UN Security Council breaches international law and obligations. That requires a strong stance from the international community where economic interests do not overshadow values and rules-based global order approach. We need to use all leverage to urge China to adhere to its own commitments, including regarding Hong Kong, adherence to the UN resolutions on human rights. Otherwise, one could question, why should we trust China would adhere to its own commitments of the comprehensive agreement on investment either? It seems that members of the European Parliament have made this link already and issued a resolution on freezing high until certain conditions were met. Coordination with our transatlantic partners is of the key importance. Here, I once again welcome proactive US engagement in the issue of the EU-US dialogue on China. We have to work with our partners in the Indo-Pacific region as well. Only through political, economical cooperation with countries in the region and like-minded towards the region, we can withhold China's influence. So I put all these questions on the table and wish everyone an interesting exchange of views. The most important is that we all do agree on the challenge in front of us. So now we need to discuss the ways how to tackle it. Thank you.
Okay, and I hope that we have Mr. Jonathan Fritz. He hasn't joined us yet. From the State Department. Yes. Mr. Fritz, can you hear us? Aš matau. Okay, I hope that Mr. Fritz will be able to join us a bit later. And now then I would like to give the floor to Mr. David McAllister, Member of the European Parliament, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament, my former boss and my very dear colleague. David, the floor is yours. And maybe with a very short, introduction to before you start speaking. I already mentioned the comprehensive agreement on investment. And the 7-year-long negotiations between the European Union and China saw the completion of, on the 30th of December of this agreement. The entry into force of CAI requires its ratification by the European Parliament. However, the CAI has already caused controversy among most experts, and therefore its consequences for Lithuania and the EU as the whole need to be thoroughly discussed and evaluated. Ratification of the agreement is even more complicated due to the sanctions on some politicians and legal entities of the European Union and its member states recently announced by China. So, David, the floor is yours, and we hope that you will answer, our questions and our concerns. Thank you. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and a warm welcome here from Northern Germany. Dear Laima, good to see you. Lava Diena, I'm honored to be participating in this panel. I would like to make 2 points on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament. I will begin by outlining some of the key issues on our policies with regard to China, and following that, I will add a few remarks on the broader EU and US perspective on the matter, trying to answer the question, how should we deal with China in a transatlantic cooperation framework? So firstly, on our EU's policies towards China. I think the principles you also quote in the conference program of the Seimas are a very good summary of what I believe our stance on China should be. We should pursue an engagement that is principled, practical, and pragmatic. This means to cooperate where possible, compete where needed, confront, and let me add, contain where necessary, and as a last resort. It is clear that our relations with China in this current state are simply not business as usual. The key for our response should be a united EU approach. If we want to project strength and confidence, it can be achieved only with a united and a coherent message from the EU institutions and our 27 member states. As Laima, you have mentioned, it is a fact that China is increasingly asserting itself on the international scene. We have to counteract this assertive stance with strategic, value-based pragmatism. As for European Union, and especially Lithuania, always at the forefront, we should strive to be a leader in promoting multilateral frameworks while looking out for our own interests. This is what has historically worked out best for us in the end. In this context, I cannot but mention the buzzword strategic autonomy, which, like many people in the Baltics, I prefer to refer as strategic sovereignty. But what does strategic sovereignty or strategic autonomy actually mean? It means in the end that we in Europe are ready, firstly, to undertake our global responsibilities, secondly, to defend our positions, and thirdly, to act in line with our values without turning back on our allies and partners. For our relations with China, this means that our goal should be to work with China in areas where we have interest to cooperate and to work with allies in areas where we share concerns on the substance of Chinese behavior. Most importantly, we should endeavor to keep China anchored and accountable in the international system. This approach, ladies and gentlemen, allows us to react to the evolution of the bilateral relationship with flexibility, whilst never compromising our values and principles. A very good test of how we deal with the current situation is how we deal with the current situation of sanctions. With the recent imposed Chinese counter-sanctions on EU politicians and organizations, it becomes even clearer that we as a European Union need to frame our approach to China and follow our own path in line with our values and interests. I don't welcome the current confrontation because in the end, the situation doesn't help anyone. We risk entering a period of uncertainty for our relations with China, where businesses and the economy will also pay a price. Suffice it to think of the CAI and its now uncertain ratification. My colleague Bernd Lange, the chair of the International Trade Committee in the European Parliament, will surely address this in more detail in the next session. Personally, I can only subscribe to the words of Valdis Dombrovskis, our Executive Vice President of the European Commission, who recently said that the ratification process simply cannot be separated from the evolving dynamics of the wider EU-China relationship. As you may have seen, just last week, the European Parliament confirmed the stance that there will be no ratification as long as sanctions are upheld. In the midst of all this uncertainty, I am, however, pleased to see that the EU is more and more united towards its stance on China, and we should continue to be crystal clear. If China wants to cooperate with us, they have to walk the talk and deliver on their promises on trade practices, human rights, and climate change. If, and I hope when, China will actually do that, which I hope indeed will happen, we on the side of the EU have to be ready to respond rapidly, resolutely, and constructively. That is the only viable way forward. The final point, secondly, let us bring the United States into the equation. How should we position ourselves as European Union in what some have called the great power competition between the United States of America and China? Chinese rivalry with the US has intensified in recent years, especially under the administration of President Trump. President Biden has, however, also indicated that he will not step away from the tougher approach. The US and the EU have some different views on China, but this does not mean that we are equidistant from the US and China. We cannot, and we should not, and will not be. There is no partner outside Europe with whom we share so much history, culture, and values. Having said that, I believe the US and the EU have strong potential for cooperation on a number of issues related to China. At their core, the challenges we are facing are the same: unfair trade practices, cybersecurity, disinformation, and technical dominance. The US and the EU also agree that it is important to engage China on the issue of human rights, but also on international consensus on climate mitigation strategies. The United States and the European Union equally agree that whilst there is concern on a number of policy stances by China and security issues, including the security of Taiwan, there remains a need to engage with China on trade, economic governance, and security matters. Therefore, we ought to continue to pursue close dialogue and cooperation with the United States, also on our China policies, as like-minded partners, as allies. The EU and the US can find a common way and pursue energies. In this regard, I believe that the European Parliament, and with it the national parliaments of the EU member states, including the Seimas, should pursue closer dialogue with the United States Congress on relations with China and strive also here for a common understanding on the way forward. Against this background, ladies and gentlemen, to sum things up, I can see future EU-US cooperation on China effective on 4 fronts: trade, technology, multilateralism, and human rights. Trade should regain its importance for the transatlantic relationship in order to regain our historical role as rule makers and not rule takers. On technology, we should pool joint funding and cooperation efforts on emerging technologies to compete with China and to counterbalance its influence. Concerning multilateralism, the EU and the US, as like-minded partners, should stand stronger together to defend our multilateral rules-based order and work together on reforming international organizations to be better fit for the service and protection of the global rules-based order. And on human rights, transatlantic cooperation would very much be needed. Among legislators, we are strongly positioned to intensify dialogue and bring into spotlight the various human rights violations. So, to conclude, we can do a lot together. We need to build on the already close transatlantic cooperation to limit Chinese propaganda in the world and stand up for our democratic values. As the EU in our bilateral relations with China, we need to remain united and principled when it comes to our values. At the same time, let us seek dialogue, cooperation, and engagement in policy areas with China where this is possible. This is what means, from my point of view, to walk the walk and to talk the talk, but especially to walk the talk and to be credibly principled, pragmatic, and practical. Thank you, Achu.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister, very much. And I hope that you will stay with us until the end of the session. Thank you. 2 very general questions to you. What is your understanding? Is there a political will in the European Parliament to strengthen transatlantic EU-US relations? And our second question is, what about European business community? Are businesses in favor of having EU-US free trade area, or for instance, strong and working trade and investment partnership? What are we, the EU and United States of America, partners and collaborators or harsh competitors? Thank you. David?
Thank you, Laima, for your question. I just underlined that I strongly believe that we also need to coordinate our China policy as regards China in close cooperation with our US partners and allies. We won't agree on every single issue with the United States in dealing with China, but there is a lot of potential for future EU-US cooperation, as I mentioned, on the 4 fronts: trade, technology, multilateralism, and human rights. Now, on trade, what we saw under the Trump administration, from my point of view, was that third countries, for example, China, were using the opportunity created by the void in transatlantic trade to their advantage and to create rules to which we in the West do not want to subscribe. Technology, in addition to what I just already mentioned, my opinion is that in recent years, the European Union has stepped up its game in technological sovereignty, and especially in terms of data protection and digital taxation. And our partners in the US shouldn't perceive this in any kind of way as a threat, but rather as an opportunity for cooperation in the face of third country tech giants such as China. And concerning multilateralism, Laima, we so much welcome the United States returning to the international scene. I have always argued the United States of America should be leading, not leaving, international organizations. The World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, just to name two important organizations, need constructive American involvement and engagement. This is for the benefit also for us in the European Union. And let's also be clear about the objectives we want to pursue in the United Nations. China is seeking to play a role in UN peacekeeping operations and in leading positions in the United Nations system. That is all very well, but it should come with a true and honest commitment to a rules and value-based multilateral cooperation. And on the trade agreement, Laima, I can be brief there because you, as I followed the debate in the European Parliament last Thursday, the European Parliament adopted a resolution on our current relations with China. And here it says in point 10 of our resolution, the European Parliament takes the position that any consideration of the EU-China Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, the CAI, as well as in any discussion on ratification by the European Parliament, has justifiably been frozen because of the Chinese sanctions in place. The European Parliament demands that China lift the sanctions before Parliament can deal with the CAI without prejudice to the final outcome of the CAI ratification process. I know that CAI is a controversially discussed topic. I do believe that there are many good reasons why we should work on improving the investment environment, the investment circumstances for our businesses operating in China. On the other hand, we have to be very clear that we want to use the debate around the CAI also as a leverage to improve the protection of human rights in China, to support civil society in China, and also we will take, as a European Parliament, the human rights situation in China, including in Hong Kong, into account when we are finally asked to endorse the CAI. But in the moment, as long as the sanctions are in place against leading members of the European Parliament, the negotiations have simply been frozen because of the Chinese sanctions being put in place.
Thank you very much for your answers. And now I think we have Mr. Jonathan Fritz, or we are trying to reach him second time. Mr. Jonathan Fritz, as he is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for East Asian and Pacific Affairs, responsible for China, Mongolia, and Taiwan coordination in the US State Department. Mr. Fritz, thank you very much for joining us. One of the goals of our conference is to discuss with our American partners and assess ways and means to strengthen transatlantic cooperation. Can you hear me now, Mr. Fritz?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. So, please, I already introduced you to the participants and panelists of the conference. And please, what we could expect from the new US administration vis-a-vis China? And again, the same question as to Mr. David McAllister. Are we European Union and United States of America? Are we allies or competitors? The floor is yours, Mr. Fritz, please.
Thank you very much, and I apologize for the technical difficulties that delayed me here. I was able to hear and see all of the previous presentations, and I'm very, very happy to be part of this very important conversation. Let me start by saying that there are quite a lot of continuities between the approach to China taken by the Trump administration and the new Biden administration. China is increasingly authoritarian and autocratic at home and aggressive abroad, and the United States, under both the previous administration and this administration, is fully cognizant that we will have to compete with them if we want to preserve the rules-based international order that we and our transatlantic partners have spent so much time and effort and blood establishing and safeguarding over the last number of decades. But there are several elements of the Biden administration approach to China which are different from the Trump administration approach to China. Number one, as Mr. McAllister pointed out, there are areas where we should seek to work with China if China is in fact willing to meet us halfway. Climate change comes to mind. And of course, with regards to agreements, whether it's the Phase 1 trade deal or the comprehensive agreement on investment, to the extent that either Europeans or Americans, or even better, the two of us working together with other like-minded partners, can impel China to open up its markets and abide by the rules that everyone else abides by in international trade, so much the better. And of course, on climate change, we will need China, the world's leading emitter of greenhouse gases, to play a very, very major role if we want to have any hope of achieving our Paris Agreement goals. So I think that is probably a somewhat different approach than the Trump administration. There are areas where we do think there are good reasons for folks in Washington, in Europe, and in other like-minded capitals to seek Chinese cooperation. Second, however, and this is probably even more stark of a difference, unlike the Trump administration, the Biden administration sees our allies and friends around the world, particularly in the transatlantic community, as absolutely essential to successful engagement with China. That doesn't matter whether it's confronting, competing, or cooperating with China. In any way that we're engaging with China, if we're doing so together with our friends and allies, we have a much better chance of achieving our goals. And I think in human rights, which I think all of you speakers have already mentioned, we have seen a great example of this in recent months. In the G7, there has been unanimity speaking out against a number of Chinese violations of Chinese commitments under the UK-Sino Joint Declaration on Hong Kong. And of course, this past March, on March the 22nd, when Brussels, Washington, Ottawa, and London, all on the same day, announced sanctions against PRC officials responsible for human rights abuses in Xinjiang, that clearly got Beijing's attention, and I think imposed costs that they really were not expecting. And of course, Chinese reactions to those sanctions were completely unjustifiable, and we certainly welcome the Seimas recognition of the genocide in Xinjiang, and we stand with individuals, with brave legislators like Davile Sakhaline and others who have been targeted by PRC retaliation. But I think this clearly shows that, number one, we struck a nerve, but number two, as we prepare to challenge China in areas where its interests and its values contrast very, very markedly with our own, we need to be resilient to the forms of coercive pressure that we know Beijing will try to bring to bear to separate us from our allies and our friends, and to basically intimidate those who would speak up against its abuses, whether of human rights or fair trade, or its pressure on Taiwan, or its violating its obligations with regards to Hong Kong. I know there's been a lot of talk about the comprehensive agreement on investment, and I understand that this too has now fallen victim to China's wolf warrior diplomacy. We certainly applaud those in Europe who are going to demand that Beijing abandon its bullying and intimidation if it wants to become a sort of normal partner, if you will, on the international stage. And it seems that dropping the sanctions on those parliamentarians who have been singled out by Beijing is an altogether reasonable demand on the part of Europe. I'd like to mention Taiwan a little bit more specifically. I think of all of the issues between the United States, our friends and our allies on the one side, and China on the other, none is quite as prominent or quite as potentially dangerous as Taiwan. And we have seen a huge increase in pressure that the PRC has leveled against Taiwan in the military space, in cyberspace, diplomatically, and economically. And we think it is very, very important for all of us to show support for our fellow democracy on the island of Taiwan. And I know that, apart from the Vatican, everyone in Europe, like we here in the United States, recognize Beijing and not Taipei. So we all have unofficial relations with Taiwan. But even within the context of those unofficial relations, we are doing everything we can to strengthen our unofficial ties with Taiwan, and certainly urge our friends in Europe to do the same. We think this is very important to deterring any ideas Beijing might have in years to come of using force to reunify Taiwan with the mainland. I'm happy to talk about some of the measures we here in Washington have taken to strengthen our unofficial ties with Taiwan. And then again, I've mentioned Hong Kong several times, but I think it's also important that we all continue our focus on Hong Kong. The United States would like to join with as many of our European friends and allies as possible to call out the ongoing string of actions that Beijing has taken that erode the autonomy and the civil liberties of the people of Hong Kong, even though Beijing promised to keep those in place for another 20-some years. One other thing I'd like to just point out very, very briefly. Mr. McAllister mentioned the great power competition between the United States and the PRC, and pointed out that Europe, of course, will have some differences with the United States, but Mr. McAllister recognized that it was not an equidistant proposition. Europe is much closer to the United States for many, many reasons than it is to the PRC. Values, common defense ties, common history, et cetera, et cetera. I would just point out one slight point of difference with the viewpoint expressed by the so-called great power competition. We here in Washington do not see the United States as opposed to China merely because China is now wealthier and stronger than it has been in past decades. In fact, we welcome a wealthier and stronger China onto the world stage. We have, like Europe, for years welcomed China first into the United Nations family, then into the World Trade Organization, the G20, et cetera, et cetera. But we do not view the competitive or even the confrontational aspects of our relationship as indicative of a great power struggle between the U.S. and China. What we view it as, and this is, I think, very much in line with what all of our European speakers have mentioned, this international order, as I said at the beginning, based on the rules and values embodied in the UN Charter, in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in the International Covenant on Political and Civil Liberties, and on all of the other sort of common foundational documents and principles of the United Nations and other bodies to which we all belong. Clearly, we have to make some accommodations for new members of that community, and China is an important one. But we're not going to compromise on are the values that underpin them. And insofar as China or Russia or any other nation, big or small, threatens those values, we will not look to confront them one-on-one in some sort of great power competition. We will look to join forces with all those who have the same values and interests in maintaining that order to push back. So with that, let me conclude my remarks. I apologize again for the technical difficulties, and I'll do my best to answer questions on what I can tell is a very shaky telephone line. Over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fritz. And we have one question. Rimas Varkulevičius, he's the president of the Lithuanian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry and Crafts.
Yeah.
Rimas, the floor is yours, please.
Hello, Mr. Fritz. Actually, representing business community and knowing a little bit United States as a former student at Georgetown University, I would like just to as well, from the point of view recognized as United States in this process, negotiations between China, European Union and United States, to see United States as an icebreaker. That's probably a business approach, but it should be assumed as a politicians as well. My question is, I have actually two questions. First question, what is the time frame which is important for us, when it can happen, when we see more light at the end of the tunnel, and actually, because it's very much related to the developments and some expectations. Next, my questions, what could happen with the issues which could be not solved on the first or second stage of negotiation process?
Thank you, Mr. Varkulevičius. Mr. Fritz, please.
You know, the question was not, the line is not entirely clear. If someone could help me maybe very quickly restate the question to make sure I heard it clearly, I would appreciate that.
Galite pakartoti savo
Yeah, the third, shortly, time frame. What is the time frame to achieve results in negotiations? First one. Next, what would happen with the issues which will be not solved at the negotiations and could be postponed for the next stage of negotiations?
Rimai, can you...
And are you referring to negotiations on trade issues in specific?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, got it. So right now, there are no negotiations ongoing on the trade front between the United States and China. We have had a new United States trade representative, Catherine Tai, in office for, I don't know, maybe 1 month now. And she and her team are reviewing the Phase 1 trade agreement that the Trump administration concluded and Chinese compliance with the requirements of the Phase 1 trade agreement. And I think their review, I'm not exactly sure how much longer that will take, but probably, several weeks or perhaps even a month or two still before they finish that review. Once they conclude that review, then they will have next steps forward, and I'll have to basically wait until that time to be able to speak authoritatively about that. The things that would, of course, the remaining issues that were not resolved in the Phase 1 trade agreement are some of the very deep structural issues that I think many in Europe are also very concerned about. These are direct and indirect subsidies of Chinese state-owned champions, the way the Chinese state-owned enterprises operate from a position of privilege vis-a-vis their foreign competitors, some of the really tough issues that result from the lack of rule of law in China, which allows the regulatory authorities to use their power to basically tilt the playing field towards Chinese incumbents as opposed to foreign competitors. Obviously ongoing issues with the use of cyber and other methods to illicitly gain technology from foreign competitors. All of these are very, very, very difficult issues that will be extremely difficult to address under any circumstances. But I think any of us trying to address these alone will have far less chance of success than if we are able to find some way to get Brussels and Washington and perhaps some other key like-minded democracies in Tokyo or Canberra, Ottawa, to work together to bring pressure to bear on China. Together, we have a huge amount of, global market share. And if we can effectively marshal ourselves to bring pressure to bear on China, we have a much better chance of getting them to move in the right direction than if we try to act alone. Over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fritz. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I am really sorry that we had technical problems. We wanted to see you on the screen. Unfortunately, we were not able to see you. So thank you very much for your remarks and for your for answering the question. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And I can point out you didn't miss much. I have a face made for the telephone.
Okay, so our next speaker is Radvilė Morkūnaitė-Mikulėnienė, my dear colleague and head of our political group in the Lithuanian Parliament in the Seimas. She is also a deputy speaker of the Parliament and chairman of the European Affairs Committee. So, Radvilė, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Good day to everybody, to everyone, and thank you, Mrs. Laima Andrikene, for organizing us here today. Nevertheless, the time is really tense and hectic, and we all witness what is happening in our neighborhood. So we will deal with that as well, but now this discussion regarding KAI and our relations and transatlantic relations and European relations towards China is of huge importance. And I must say that in the past years we have more and more discussions in the Lithuanian Parliament. And what was already mentioned by Mrs. Laima, that for the second year, China's influence is considered as one of the threats to our national security. So we are in this debate, and nevertheless we understand the importance of cooperation, but we are very cautious of what is happening over there and what policy China is giving towards us. So let me start with some thoughts that I think we all agree that the spirit of any agreement is cooperation, sincere and built on trust, and it is meant to have better cooperation, transparent ones, and to set common rules in order to organize our daily lives. But from the very beginning, KAI had raised a lot of discussions, and the recent steps by China's authorities to put sanctions on EU politicians, scientists, it is not a sign of willingness to have an agreement. I am pretty sure that it is the sign of quite the opposite. And we all understand that the key question regarding any agreement or cooperation is common values of Western democracy, of European Union, basic principles on human rights, rule of law, and many other things. So the most important things are these aspects. Recently, last week, the Seimas, the Parliament of Lithuania, has adopted a resolution on China's mass, systematic and gross violations of human rights and genocide against Uyghurs. And we cannot, shut our eyes and say that, okay, so this is some kind of inside politics, and what we are dealing with all kind of economic relations, this is the other thing. No, everything is in one pot, and we have to admit that, and people around this table, of course, see that. The other thing is the sensitive sectors, and from energy security to energy sector to telecommunications and many others, which really is of high importance for us and raises more questions than answers, how we should, regulate any kind of initiatives to have China in our projects or infrastructure or whatsoever. So at this time, and what we see, what kind of approach in Lithuania we have, I think that the most significant one is that Lithuania withdrew itself from the format 17+1. And really, it was a format and structure, if I may say so, which is talking not that much about uniting and having a common approach to the relations with China, but it's more of a divided spirit. And we think, Lithuania thinks that we need to talk with China, and of course it is very important to talk with China, but on the EU level as a whole European family. So I think that we have quite strong messages here, and not only from this table, but from Lithuanian side as well. But of what is important and interesting now in this conference, how we could have better cooperation among ourselves, not only in Lithuania, among different parties or regarding neighboring countries, but of course this transatlantic cooperation and even maybe broader ones. So these are my remarks and point of views, and I'm happy to be here and to listen more what our colleagues from all over the world in this conference has to say, because if we have this common denominator and common approach, for us it's much easier to communicate this message here at home, not only in Lithuania, but in the EU as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Deputy Speaker. Do we have questions for Radvile? I see one hand raised by Daiva Jakaitė. Daiva, do you have a question? Daiva, she is the head of the European Parliament Information Office here in Vilnius. Hello, Daiva. Can you hear me? Daiva? Daiva, the floor is open.
Yes, hello, sorry, that was an accidental tap. I don't have questions, sorry.
Okay. Okay, so Radvile, thank you very much for your contribution. And I do not see anybody willing to ask a question. We can move now to Dr. Joseph Wu, the Foreign Minister of Taiwan, his video message to our conference, please.
The Honorable Dr. Laima Andrikiana, Member of the Parliament, dear panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this important conference. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you in Lithuania for supporting Taiwan. In a joint letter sent to the Director General of the World Health Organization just a few days ago, more than 1,000 members of 30 European parliaments, including 50 members of Seimas, voiced their strong support for Taiwan's participation in the organization. The government and people of Taiwan truly appreciate this powerful action. Thank you. The COVID-19 pandemic has fundamentally altered the world's approach to assessing and managing global risk. Today, I would like to discuss how Taiwan and the European Union and Lithuania could work together as we go about rethinking our global risk management strategies and cooperation. First of all, the success of our anti-pandemic response very much depends on the efficiency of global supply chains. The pandemic has highlighted the danger of over-reliance on a single supplier among critical industries. To address this challenge in the post-pandemic era, there's an urgent need for trusted partners to restructure global supply chains. Taiwan, the EU's 15th largest trading partner, is a robust democracy with advanced technologies and a free market economy. I believe that Taiwan and EU member states can look forward to a brighter future by working together to strengthen our industrial linkages. Moreover, our society's ever-increasing reliance on IT requires that we mitigate associated risks. We also need IT supply chains that can be trusted without reservation. Taiwan is renowned for its world-leading semiconductor production capability. Our reliable and trusted manufacturers are the key to ensuring a secured global IT environment. Supply chain security takes teamwork, and with your strong support, we are ready to cooperate with industries in the EU and Lithuania. Taiwan-EU economic cooperation benefits all. The EU is already Taiwan's top foreign investor, and Taiwan is among the most significant investors in the EU. Half of our 7.9 billion euros of investment in the region have been made in the last 5 years. Investment generates more trade as supply chains are restructured and strengthened. With this in mind, a bilateral investment agreement, or BIA, between Taiwan and the EU would also inject new momentum into our already close trade relations. Taiwan is ready. It is time for Taiwan and the EU to start negotiations on a mutually beneficial BIA. I'm sure we can count on Lima and our good friends in Lithuania to further this cause. Furthermore, Taiwan and the EU member states share the same values of democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and free market economics. Our industries have complementary advantages. We are natural partners in terms of forging a more resilient and responsive system of supply chains alongside other like-minded and responsible partners across the world. Democracies across the globe are faced with authoritarian regimes' attempts to unilaterally alter international orders. Cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, and other hybrid threats can be easily found around us all. No country can manage these challenges alone. It is imperative that like-minded partners, including Taiwan, the EU, US, and Lithuania, work together and take proactive actions to confront these attacks. The world has taken notice of Taiwan's success story of sustaining a democracy amidst intense external pressure. Like Taiwan, Lithuania has also been on the front line of authoritarian aggression since its establishment. Connected by our shared history in the pursuit of freedom, democracy, and the protection of human rights, Taiwan and Lithuania are destined to be great partners in safeguarding the free world. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm confident that Taiwan-EU cooperation will continue to grow and that our relations will reach new heights. In tackling the challenges that lie ahead, we are stronger together. In closing, I would like to thank you all again for your support. We are ready and willing to strengthen our ties with the EU and, of course, Lithuania. Thank you.
Okay, so Minister is not online. We heard his video message, but I know we are aware that representatives of the Taipei offices in Riga and in Brussels are with us, so please forward our very sincere gratitude to the Minister, to Minister Wu for his contribution to this conference. And now it is time for United States of America, for the Congressman Don Bacon, who is a member of the Armed Services Committee of the US Congress, and he is also the co-chairman of the Baltic Caucus in the House of Representatives. Congressman Bacon, I hope that you hear me. The floor is yours. Congressman Bacon, can you, please switch on your microphone. Congressman Don Bacon, can you hear me? Hello, we are waiting for your presentation. No. We will try to fix the problem. And now I would like to give the floor to Jovita Neliupšienė, who is the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. She was our permanent representative to the European Union from 2015 till 2020, our ambassador. And Jovita, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Madam Andrikene, and thanks a lot for inviting and hosting the event, although, as Radvila mentioned, it's quite strange times, but probably this is the specific of Lithuania. It's never quiet and easy in this part of the world. Of course, it would be probably more easier to speak after intervention from the congressman, but let me start by saying that I'm not really very optimistic on this topic, although I have a good friend of mine. She's a speechwriter, and she always consults me and saying, you have to start any of your intervention from the very positive note. But we in Lithuania are not so positive anymore. So as representative from the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, I have to start from the statement. China is not the largest trading partner of Lithuania, and probably it will never be. Not only because of the geographical position, but first of all and most of all, as it was stated by the members of parliament already, because of their national security, our general political values and economic values as well, on which we are basing all our actions. Let me give you a very brief context in which Lithuanian economy is operating. In 2020, China took only 22nd position among Lithuanian export partners, which accounted only for 1.1% of our Lithuanian exported goods. And it was 26th, China was on the 26th place as the export market for Lithuanian service, accounting only 0.4% of total Lithuanian service exports. To compare, of course, our exports to China dropped due to pandemic by almost 40% actually, although the imports increased a little bit. But actually we are facing the perturbation of the logistic lines, and we took the advantages because in every crisis we have the opportunity, and our export, I see Mr. Vidmantas Janulevičius, he will definitely brief how much of our industry export actually grew during the years of pandemic, and now we are actually have a positive import-export rate, which is quite unique in our situation. Looking at the FDIs, foreign direct investments, Baltic states and Slovakia remain Europe's smallest recipients of the Chinese FDIs, according to the most recent statistics. We have only 11 Chinese FDI projects in Lithuania, and they create only 600 job places. So if to compare, in Europe, in recent 5 years, Chinese created more than 63,000 jobs. So you see there, the cooperation is not very intense. And to be fair, we have to say that we tried. We actually, over the last 5 years, there were lots of initiatives on the political, on business, on different levels. We tried to put ourselves on Chinese map, or to put China on our economic map, because ensuring export, import, trade, and how to say, healthy economic relations is the benefit of two countries. But you know, as we usually say, there is no way how you can tango alone. So we haven't seen very much of interest of China, apart of some of their intentions to invest in IT sector. And here I come that our aim of this government of Lithuania actually to develop and to develop economic relations with China within the framework of the EU-China cooperation. We expect or expected that the EU-Chinese Comprehensive Agreement on Investment will be a beneficial one, offering more stable and transparent business environment for both sides. And here I underline for the both sides, because actually sometimes we feel that China is very fast in using democratic and market approach of Europe, while it's itself closing and creating different, how to say, difficulties for European business working there. You may know that Lithuania was not really very enthusiastic in supporting CAI agreement, and it was not because of the content of it, but more of their style and about the process. It was the rush, not sufficient time for proper internal coordination and consultations within the EU member states. But anyway, we have that, and we are one of those members of EU who are following the rules. And if the agreement will be signed and ratified, we will be ready. Now we have the process in the European Parliament. But be this agreement or not, there are several things we have to look at European level. One thing, in the last 3-4 years, actually, EU was working on strengthening its trade defense instruments. And we have to be fair to ourselves. We have to use them, not only talk about them. Because sometimes all this dual pricing, thefts of intellectual properties, overcapacity, and so on and so forth, never is addressed on the EU level, although it would be really very important to do that, to have teeth for our instruments. Another very important instruments we are looking into, and when it was built, actually, Lithuania was among several member states to be consulted while creating this instrument, is the strategic investment screening. Without this instrument, Europe probably will not have enough leverage. With the agreement or without the CAI agreement, Europe will not have the leverage to say that if one or another investment creates or not strategic security questions. So for us, it's crucial, important actually to ensure those EU instruments work. And the other, how to say, cornerstone probably of our economic relations with China is our transatlantic cooperation. And EU and US has to take a stand together, and solidarity matters not only in on the political agenda, it matters in economic agenda, because now it's very difficult actually to say that, for example, digitalization or energy is only economic questions. They always were, and now it's even more important. They are political or geopolitical ones. So I do believe that coordination with the US on the economic policies with China is the crucial importance. So what we are going to do, and I will finish with that, actually, for us, seeing what's happening in China and how economic relations are developing, that we have to be very cautious in evaluating strategic investments, China in the EU and Lithuania in particular. For us, it's clear that more important is to ensure our diversification of economic relations, especially in Southeast country, and strengthening those relations with other countries. We just listened to the address of Taiwan foreign minister. We are planning to open our trade office by the end of the year, but as well, our aim is actually to expand our economic representations in general, our commercial attaches in South Korea, Japan, and Singapore. All those countries taken together will definitely create more economic advantages, and the turnover of trade will be much higher than it is now with China. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Nelupshina, for your contribution, and I hope you will stay until the Q&A and debate at the end of this first session. And now it is my pleasure to introduce second time Congressman Don Bacon, who is with us. We know that we have a friend in the House of Representatives. Mr. Don Bacon, he's a member of the Armed Services Committee and co-chairman of the Baltic Caucus. So I hope our, line will work. The floor is open. Please, Congressman.
Thank you so much. I wish I could join you all today in person, and I hope to do so hopefully in August to have a chance, we think, to maybe visit our Baltic friends and hopefully Lithuania. Before I finish or start my speech, I just want to give the bottom lines. I think the strength of our countries and our alliance is first and foremost our values. The world knows that democratic values, free market system, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, rule of law, the world, for the most part, wants that. And that is the strength of our nations. Secondly, it's our alliance. The alliance system is something the Chinese do not have, or the Russians. And we need to leverage both our values and our alliance to ensure that democratic values reign supreme. So that's the bottom line of my comments today. I wanted to just say that right up front. I'm a military guy, so we have to say what we're going to say right up front. As already mentioned, I'm a member of the House of Representatives out of the state of Nebraska. I'm also the co-chair for the Baltic Security Caucus in Congress itself. So I want to thank the Parliament of the Republic of Lithuania for the opportunity to share my thoughts on our relations between China, Europe, and the United States. The focus of this week's conference is both timely and urgent, and I commend Lithuania's democratically elected parliamentarians for hosting this event. Your belief in free markets represent democracy, individual liberties, and basic human rights as a beacon of light for the free world. And the United States is proud to call you our ally and true friend. Truly, your journey since 1990 is one that inspires the world, and inspires me, inspires Americans. The events of the last week are notable and I believe historic. As an American and as a representative of other Americans, I think it's important to recognize the significance of the action taken last week by the European Parliament to halt ratification of the comprehensive agreement on investment between the EU and China. This was a courageous act, made for the right reasons, which sends a powerful message to China and the rest of the world that the West's commitment to human rights are not just words, but reflect the actual values of the people of Europe. The vote of conscience to suspend ratification is all the more significant when one considers the 7 years of negotiations between EU and China and the economic stakes of such a far-reaching agreement. I confess that I want to believe that this step reflects a turning point in path of the West relationship with the People's Republic of China, and more specifically, the Chinese Communist Party. And I want to stress that in America, we have many Chinese Americans. We need to stress that this conflict, and I hate to even use that word, is really with the Chinese Communist Party, not the Chinese people themselves who we admire. For the last several years, the United States has been undergoing a strategic awakening with respect to its fundamental relationship with China. There's now an emerging bipartisan political consensus that we have badly misjudged the true nature and strategic designs of China's political leadership. For many decades, the U.S. foreign policy establishment had embraced a belief that deeper and more earnest engagement with China economically would empower and encourage the liberal forces to reform in Chinese society. As the theory went, over time, China would become a more constructive and responsible actor on the world stage as they grew in economic power and global influence. Events have convincingly proven that this hope was misguided and that we're wrong. China has chosen a different path. Now the emerging judgment in the United States is that China seeks to create a world order that is more favorable to its strategic ambitions and at the same time is wholly inconsistent with the West's shared liberal democratic values. From its predatory Belt and Road Initiative to its lethal lack of transparency that unleashed and accelerated the COVID pandemic, China has demonstrated that it will cynically deceive other nations and exploit every possible advantage to achieve the hegemonic status it so desperately desires. China's internment and re-education camps for the Uyghur minority runs counter to international law and the values our societies expect us to uphold and defend internationally. China's heartbreaking betrayal of its international commitment regarding Hong Kong shows us everything we need to know about Communist China's true character. And more troubling, public statements by General Secretary Xi Jinping regarding the future of Taiwan continue to raise anxiety about China's willingness to use military force to conquer Taiwan and force reunification. Many are now convinced that it's only a matter of time before the Chinese Communist Party attempts to do the same with Taiwan, as we saw with Hong Kong, unless we continue to maintain a credible deterrent in the region. So as the mask has fallen and China's belligerent hegemonic designs have become clearer, we're now beginning to see the beginnings of a Western response to oppose the Chinese worldview. For this reason, the EU and Baltic nations must stand as a bulwark to resist China's illiberal policies and oppose agreements that undermine our collective security while simultaneously undermining the very values we cherish and have won and defended at great cost. So where do we go from here? Is conflict inevitable or the West's decline inevitable on the face of a rising and hegemonically inclined China? I do not believe this is the case, but we must act with a purpose to alter the course we are on. Fortunately, the West is not without hope and has an array of strategic options within easy reach if we have the will to use them. First, we must recognize the ground has once again shifted under our feet. The West must resist the temptation to return to the old approach of accommodation and appeasement. One fact that will surely resonate with you, that unlike the Soviet Union or Russia, China is both an economic and will be a military superpower, and I dare say it is already today. We ignore this at our collective peril. Second, from this point onward, we must evaluate every foreign policy choice we make as sovereign nations with a sober recognition that China seeks to replace the current rules-based order with one that accommodates, preserves, and rewards the preferences of the Chinese Communist Party. Though slow to grasp the strategic significance of an illiberal China, the United States is now taking steps to resist the malign influence of Communist China. Last year, the US Congress enacted the Pacific Deterrence Initiative to begin the process of bolstering conventional deterrence of a more militaristic and aggressive China in the Indo-Pacific region. Modeled after the European Defense Initiative, its purpose is to oppose Russia's less friendly territorial ambitions and authoritarian impulses. The Pacific Defense Initiative will restore faith in the ability of the United States to come to the aid of like-minded partners in the Indo-Pacific region who would prefer not to be threatened or coerced by China by ensuring this policy is backed up with credible military power. The US Congress and the White House are now working closely to prevent the theft of intellectual property and proprietary industrial technologies to ensure our companies can compete on a level playing field and are no longer being exploited by China's security services to gain economic advantage. Additionally, I am part of a special task force established by the House Armed Services Committee to examine the vulnerability of our critical supply chains to include foreign capital investment in key industries to Chinese exploitation. We'll soon be proposing legislative and regulatory changes to protect our defense industrial base from manipulation and exploitation. Human rights and liberal democratic values define our governments. They inspire our citizens and power our innovation and economic competitiveness. These are simultaneously communist China's greatest liabilities. The West must be relentless in exposing, educating, and demanding that China conform to international norms in these areas in exchange for the benefits of respectability they receive from being part of the international rule-based order. Last week's vote by the EU is an inspiring example of this commitment to these values. Lead, and others will follow. The Chinese Communist Party's brutal and repressive policies threaten our nations, our national security interests. They must be seen and addressed for what they truly are. It's authoritarianism and its tyranny. Finally, our intersecting web of shared partnerships and alliances are perhaps our greatest strength and China's greatest weakness. As Lithuania knows all too well, being a member of the EU and NATO can be hard and frustrating work. I was assigned to NATO, so I know firsthand. But as often as it is said, this is a feature, not a bug of our democratic societies. The last century has taught us all that when nations stand side by side in defense of their principles and values, they can bend the arc of world history for the better. So I'll be close by stressing, our best weapons in this are democratic values, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, rule of law, our free market society. And when you combine that with our alliances and our partnerships, those are strengths that cannot be beaten. The world wants freedom and not dictatorship. Again, I want to commend the Parliament of Lithuania for organizing this conference and demonstrating your commitment to addressing the challenge of China. I look forward to your insight and our continued partnership in building a more peaceful and prosperous world. And ladies and gentlemen, I really am honored to have this time with you today. I look forward to seeing you in person, hopefully soon. And God bless you.
Thank you very much, Congressman Bacon, and thank you very much once again for your very interesting speech. Are you ready to take one or two questions from us?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, ma'am.
So, same questions as I already asked member of the European Parliament, David McAllister, chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. So, Congressman, is there a political will in your political circles, in the US Congress in particular, to strengthen transatlantic EU-US relations? And our second question is, what about your business community? Are they in favor of having EU-US free trade area, or for instance, strong and working trade and investment partnership? Thank you.
First of all, as you all know, there is some political divide amongst us, but I do think the consensus
Congressman, hello?
Our national security. Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please, go on.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm in the middle of Nebraska. And so there is a consensus in our country that we need a strong European, American national security apparatus and economic and trade. I would say there's only a minority, I would say, that would want to walk away from that. We know that we're stronger with a strong US, NATO, EU relationship. And I personally believe that we have to make very clear our commitment to the Baltic countries, because you are in the most precarious situation on the front line of NATO. When it comes to trade, I think we need a trade agreement with the EU, but there's one sticking point that continues to create problems, and that's in the agriculture area. You know, America's competitive strength is agriculture. We have fields at 2,000 acres, ranches with
Congressman, we lost you. Hello?
produce protein and grain.
Yes, we can hear you again. Please.
Just to cut to the point, we need a trade agreement, but we have to work through agriculture. Agriculture is the strength of American trade, And what we find on the EU side is an agreement for trade, but not agriculture. If we can work through a fair agriculture agreement, I think we will have an agreement with the US and the EU and individual nations in Europe. We hope that the agriculture is our strength in America for exports. So we're just looking for a fair side of that part of the trade agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Bogdan Klich, Chairman of the Foreign and European Affairs Committee of the Polish Senate. He has a question.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. I wonder, what is your opinion about the current stage of relationship between the US and China? Because in the national security strategy of the United States, this one that was prepared with a huge contribution of General Jim Mattis under the presidency of President Donald Trump, China is defined as one of two main competitors for the US, although there are differences between those two definitions and two approaches of the US foreign and security policy to both Russia and China. But the policy of President Donald Trump was not consistent, was not so clear. He was hesitating between the confrontation with President Xi and between the confrontation and agreements. So how is the US approach to China right now at the beginning of President Biden's new approach to various areas in the world? How would you define the differences between the former and the current position of the President of the United States? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klich. Congressman, the floor is yours, and we have 2-3 minutes, not more, for your answer, please.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. I think the policies will be similar, but the tone and the communication will be different. We don't want to be adversaries or enemies with China, excuse me, but we have to acknowledge that they are not interested in democracy or our values. So we're really competitors, but we don't want to be enemies, I believe. So I think we just have to acknowledge that China, their GDP is equaling America's. And the only way to stand for our values is with America to stand with our friends in Europe and in Japan, Australia, countries that share our values. So I don't think the policy with China will change much between Trump and Biden, but the tone and some of the words, but the actual policy will be there. And I would say also with President Trump in Russia, his policies were actually aggressive. He just didn't verbalize them at times. He was unpredictable in some of the words he said, but the policies were actually more aggressive than his predecessor, Obama. And so I think that America's awakened to what China is about, but we don't want an enemy. But if we stand together and are clear what we expect, I think we can have a fairer relationship with China. Hopefully that answers the question, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Congressman Bacon. Thank you very much for being with us, for your contribution, and we look forward to seeing you in Vilnius. Yes, you will be most welcome. Now I would like, I would be happy if Anders Fogh Rasmussen, founder of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation and former Secretary General of NATO, would be with us today in Vilnius. Unfortunately, he is not with us, so we have his video message. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry that I cannot be with you today. However, I'm grateful to Dr. Andrikien for her invitation to speak and for her steadfast support for freedom, both in the European Parliament and now in national politics. I also wish to pay tribute to your new foreign minister, who has fast become one of Europe's leading voices for a robust foreign policy. As a lifelong advocate of EU enlargement, I believe the perspective of former Soviet countries should be given higher consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, today you consider Europe's relationships with China and the United States. In my view, any discussion on this topic should start from a basic premise. Europe cannot entertain a notion of relativism between China and the United States. There is a clear difference between them, morally and politically. With China, Europe shares some common interests. With the United States, we share far more. Common interests, yes, but also common values and a shared history of defending our collective security and freedom. Europeans and Americans have shed blood together to defend that freedom. Europe's challenge is to defend those interests while not succumbing to China's campaign of division and economic coercion. We need more resilience. That is why the time has come to build an alliance of democracies, one that enables us to strengthen our common values of freedom and democracy, and to strengthen our resolve against economic coercion or division fomented by China or other autocracies. I created the Alliance of Democracies Foundation in 2017 to pursue these goals, and I invite you to support our work. Ladies and gentlemen, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, most world leaders made a strategic assumption. We assumed that with economic and political engagement, China would have to change. We thought that over time, China would become more like Hong Kong. Sadly, under President Xi, Hong Kong has become more like China. There were some early warning signs. China used the Eurozone crisis to explode its strategic investment in distressed economies. Then it became emboldened with the Belt and Road Initiative and the 17+1. But in recent years, its behavior has revealed more malign intent. Beijing has deployed economic coercion as a weapon against freedom, from Australian wine to Taiwanese pineapples and Western fashion brands. Beijing has unilaterally rewritten its One China policy to stifle democracy in Hong Kong and to isolate and intimidate Taiwan. And Beijing has carried out human rights violations on an industrial scale. Today, Europe is far less naive about China's intentions. But after years of building dependency on China, Europe struggles to put our values before our short-term interests. The debacle over the China investment agreement showed this. Here, China dragged its feet on concluding a deal. Just after the Biden election, it suddenly struck up the political will to move on its red lines. Why? Because it divided the transatlantic alliance before the new president had even taken office. In my view, that was a strategic mistake, but not an irreparable one. Europe must grasp the open hand that the Biden administration has extended. We have seen a sea change in Washington's approach. We needed it. Even before President Trump, our transatlantic relations were on autopilot, at risk of descending into a loveless marriage. That has changed under the Biden administration. In just 100 days, the Biden administration's clear commitment to restoring old alliances is palpable. But Europe must also uphold its end of the bargain. If we want to be treated as an equal partner and ally, we need to act like one. That does not mean we stop seeking to build our own autonomy and our own capabilities. But we should do so to strengthen the Western alliance, not to duplicate it. For Europe, concretely, I believe there are actions we should take under three broad banners: geopolitical, economic, and technological. Firstly, the geopolitical. The upcoming EU Indo-Pacific strategy must be robust. Not just a document about connectivity, a blueprint for how Europe will use soft and hard power to support democracy, rules, and freedom in the Indo-Pacific region. This means coordinating in lockstep with major partners such as Japan. Under the Juncker Commission, we took a major step forward in our relations with Japan. We need to build on this under the von der Leyen Commission. We should also coordinate with the United Kingdom, which is conducting its own Indo-Pacific pivot under its integrated review. Europe's new Indo-Pacific game plan should also upgrade relations with Taiwan, a nation targeted by China because of its freedom and democracy. Europe claims to have strategic autonomy, but fear of China's reaction has meant Europe put Taiwan relations into the freezer. That must change, starting with reopening political talks for a bilateral investment agreement. And Europe should also stand up for those who fight for democracy, not just in words, but in deeds. This should include Magnitsky sanctions against those who crack down on democratic expression. Second, the economic. We should develop tools to tackle economic coercion. China didn't invent this playbook. We've all seen how Russia uses gas as a weapon. However, China leverages its economic clout to silence potential critics. We need an economic Article 5 to counter coercion. When Australian wine producers are threatened for raising human rights abuses, we should all rally to support them. This should include a credit facility to underwrite those facing coercion. Europe must also address its strategic vulnerabilities, whether in critical supply chains or critical raw materials. On raw earth elements in particular, China has a near monopoly on the processing of these materials that form the DNA of the green and tech revolutions. We should look again at other sources, including Greenland, where there is a desire to develop a green and sustainable raw materials industry. And third, the technological. Europe should help to build a technological alliance of democracies. In my view, this is the existential question facing us today. Who will set the terms of the next industrial revolution? It must be the democracies. Yet, unless we find a better way to coordinate on topics like data and semiconductors, we risk losing that race and losing our ability to set its global norms and standards. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt that the European Union faces a difficult task. After COVID-19, building back better also means building economies and societies that are more resilient in the face of autocratic advance. But taking tough choices now will make Europe stronger and more independent in the future. We are not alone. The world's democracies all face these similar challenges. Therefore, I continue to advocate for a global alliance of democracies to counter the rising autocracies. But Europe is no longer alone. With the Biden administration, democracies can take these tough decisions together. After all, China may have interests, but America and Europe have allies. Thank you.
Okay, so if members of the team of Anders Fogh Rasmussen or representatives of the Rasmussen Global are connected with us, please forward our most sincere gratitude to Mr. Rasmussen for his contribution to the conference and his very interesting speech and forward-looking speech. Now it is my pleasure to give the floor to my colleague, Mr. Giedrius Surplys, Member of the Parliament, former minister in this country. He represents a political group of Lithuanian Farmers and Greens Union. He is the Vice Chairman of the European Affairs Committee of Lithuanian Parliament and member of the Foreign Affairs Committee of our Seimas. Giedrius, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Laima. It's really a great honor to be in such a good and respectful company. Allow me to present my view on the potential changes in the relations of Lithuania, EU, US and China. And if you will excuse me, I will speak in Lithuanian, and I'm sure you will hear a wonderful qualitative interpretation. Tai mėly ponai ir ponios.
Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, as a member of the opposition, I would like to stress that the country with a history such as ours cannot afford the luxury for revolts on a foreign policy ship. Although I am the Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs, I am glad that Lithuanian politicians always find unanimous agreement on the most important foreign policy issues. I hope that we will find an agreement on China too. As a Shadow Foreign Minister, I see my mission in that too. I am not saying today in any way that human rights violations need to be ignored or that we need to close our eyes before the human rights violations, or that we do not need to be aware of all possible threats to national security. At the same time, however, I don't want us to give in to the false enthusiasm of the like-minded and run the ship of Lithuania-China relations aground. Therefore, I want to propose a model of how to remain principled, but at the same time respectful to the interests of Lithuanian businesses. So there are two major factors. China is a giant, the world's largest market, and the second largest economy. China's economy is no longer a giant utilizing only cheap labor. It's the giant that relies on higher education and future technologies. China continues to grow by 7% each year, with the US growing by 2% annually and Lithuania 3% annually. In 3 years' time, China might outpace the United States of America. In China, there is a concentration of industry. Last week, the number of population in China reached 1.4 billion people. It's the largest consumer in the world of not only cheap, but also luxury products. It's only natural that China generates huge flows of logistics on land, sea, and air, including our liquid LNG terminal. Lithuania and China economic relations are insignificant. Lithuanian exports make up only 0.02% of import to China. According to this indicator, we are 7th from bottom from among the EU member states. For Lithuania, China is only the 20th export partner. Lithuania's foreign direct investment in China is 4 times higher than the Chinese investment in Lithuania. So we do not seem to have anything to lose, and we can bravely behave in a wayward way when it comes to foreign policy. We have nothing to lose. However, there are two questions. Is it good not to have anything to lose in relations with the second largest world economy? Shouldn't we be principled in foreign policy and concurrently develop sustainable, much more intensive trade relations? I do hope that today's debate will take place on this matter rather than competing who will be more creative, insult China, offend China. The model I propose includes 3 elements. The EU and US base is the first one. Also, we should look at the successful examples of Ireland and Slovakia, as these are countries that are similar to Lithuania. And we should develop a Lithuania-China relations strategy, because in my opinion, that would feed the wolves and keep the sheep alive. When it comes to international partners, let me talk about the European Union. The reason for today's meeting, thanks to Dr. Laima Andrikienė, is the EU-China investment agreement. Hundreds of negotiation rounds have already taken place. It will soon be finalized. I know that today we are talking, and we are going to talk about how to change it so that it is more in tune with political issues. But in principle, to my mind, it's entirely to be welcomed by both sides, whose daily trade turnover amounts to €1 billion. The agreement defends the EU's investment in China. It prevents intellectual property theft and provides for effective and open dispute resolution mechanism. In my understanding, it programs the opportunity for China to become an EU research and business test ground. Let me also remind you of another document that was signed back in 2020. That is the EU-China 2020 Strategic Agenda for Cooperation cooperation. It outlines 10-year plans for cooperation not only in economy but also in such areas as secure cyberspace and human rights. The EU sees the potential to cooperate with China, but of course this cooperation should be principled. When it comes to the USA, the congressman has presented his position. I would only like to add that the incumbent president of the United States, Joe Biden, calls China as the most competitor of the United States, the most important competitor of the United States. So not a threat, not a challenge, but a competitor. Indeed, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo is on the Chinese sanctions list, but the US and China continue to cooperate in the areas that are important to both of them. When it comes to examples of Ireland and Slovakia, we are all aware of the fact that China is a very important economic area for Germany and France. However, I'd like to draw your attention to two countries that are closer to Lithuania's potential in size and economy. Ireland and Slovakia have a positive trade balance with China and are seen as examples of successful economic cooperation. I tried to look into the reasons for that. Ireland has become the first EU country to be allowed to import beef into China. Ireland's trade with China is booming. The best answer to the question why Ireland has become successful was given by Ian O'Leary, former Irish ambassador to China, who said that Ireland is a strong defender of human rights and that we do not hide it, but we do not believe in a megaphone diplomacy. Slovakia takes advantage of the fact that it is the only Visegrad country that has the euro. But it is also clearly decoupled politics and economy. Economic relations are pushed not so much by top politicians, but by the businesses themselves and the ministries related to the economy. In other words, the dog barks, but the caravan keeps on. What is the most important, perhaps, is that Slovakia is the only one in the EU to adopt a strategy for relations with China. My proposal would be for us to go is to adopt an open strategy for relations with China. And so that we could tell what we want from China and what we do not want from China and how we intend to achieve this. China strategy could be an integral part of the Southeast Asia strategy, as is the case in Sweden and Finland. I think it would be fair in respect to China and our business, because it would simply be clear what our position is, what our principles are, and what the red lines are. Moreover, this would allow to achieve a unified functioning between the country's institutions, such as the State Security Department, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of National Defense, Ministry of Economy and Innovation, and the Ministry of Agriculture. Today, we have the Taiwanese Minister of Foreign Affairs with us, but there are no Chinese representatives in this event. When I was the Lithuanian Minister of Agriculture and a Chinese Minister of Agriculture paid a visit to Lithuania, one Lithuanian journalist asked at a press conference about the Dalai Lama's visit that was taking place in Lithuania at the same time. I cannot say that the Chinese delegation has found this question pleasant. We had to explain that Lithuanian journalists can ask whatever they want. This question, however, did not change the Chinese minister's impression about Lithuania and its food industry. China, like any other culture, can eat everything what's served on plate. It's important that the menu is provided as early as possible, and better still, if that menu contains our traditions and principles, indicating that we do not eat cold beetroot soup with rice. Similarly, in China, we are not surprised to get chopsticks instead of a fork and a knife. But this does not prevent us from achieving a consensus on generally accepted standards and communicating. By the way, after very intensive negotiations, China opened its market for Lithuania's cereal exports in 2019. We expected a huge growth of exports. this happened in the 17+1 format. Unfortunately, in 2020, a fungus was found in these grains and exports closed. Interestingly, according to Lithuanian grain producers, there is simply no such fungus in Lithuania at all. I may be naive, but I believe that the EU-China agreement, the CAI, and the arbitration mechanism it envisages would be the first step to ensure so that such politicized decisions do not occur. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my presentation, I'd like to sum up to say that in our decisions we have to be principled, but to stay open. We have to talk to our EU and US partners. We have to harmonize our positions. And as I have mentioned, we have to get ready for this with our businesses. We have to discuss the strategy of Lithuania and China. So this is the model that I wanted to propose to you, and I'll finish at that. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleague.
Thank you very much. We see that we have different opinions in this parliament on CAI, on our relations with the PRC, but that is how democracy looks like and how democracy works. Rimas Varkulevičius should be our next speaker, but I kindly ask Rimas you for your patience, and your presentation will be in the session 2. And now we start the debate, and I ask Vidmantas Janulevičius, who is the president of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, to express his views, and then I will ask our panelists in the same order as they spoke, David McAllister and then Jovita Neliupšienė, to summarize or to give their final remarks. Mr. Janulevičius, the floor is yours, please.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a really big honor for me to be there and to express our views, the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists' views. In general, it's really a little bit paradox situation regarding the China, EU and United States. I participated in few summits, EU-China summits, which one was in Beijing, one was in Brussels in 2018 and 2019 year. And what is interesting in my case that at one time in Beijing I tried to protect German producer of polysilicon, it's Wacker Chemie. The next time in Brussels, I tried to protect United States producer of polysilicon, Hemlock. Both is a giants, and giants in Lithuanian scale, of course, and both has troubles in China. One can't, let's say, open the branch with a factory there. Another already have the branch, but unfortunately don't receive the license to trade out with the polysilicon of China. And you know, the polysilicon is very important material regarding the all industries. It's computer production, automotive industry, and so on. And for me, as a president of Confederation of Lithuania, Industrialist Confederation of Industrialists in Lithuania, it's very important, really, distortions which we have in general with China. Of course, it's the biggest economy, and we really try to do as maximum as we can, as Mrs. Neliupšienė told. The last 5 years we invest to our embassy. I think it was the biggest embassy after the United States and EU. It looks as that. Yes, and unfortunately we still have big distortions regarding the trading. We are working at that current situation. We are less than 300 million euros of exports and 1 billion euros of import from China. Just in comparison with Kazakhstan, which is a plenty times smaller country, we have really balanced economy. 1 billion euros we are transferring there, we export there, and 1 billion euros we import there. That means this is a positive view how it must be. Of course, China is a huge potential market, and I hope in the future we will have these relations which will really be balanced, mainly on the import-export accounts, and will really has less distortions on the government state companies. Because my experience under the EU, I participated in 3 anti-dumping issues, China against the EU. Unfortunately, it was in different 3 sectors, fertilizers, semiconductor business and food. Unfortunately, in all these 3 cases, we lost our anti-dumping issues because the WTO agreements was really very democratic, and sometimes the papers which we received from China was a little bit different, what we think. But at that stage, the industry in EU and Lithuania, of course, really has difficulties because these distortions on the subsidies. We have the sectors which is really has a huge subsidies from the state-owned companies, and which is really make distortions on the market, on the free economy markets. It's the biggest problem, and I hope the future CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanisms, will improve these things. At the same time, of course, Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists and Business Europe, Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists are part of Business Europe. We really believe that CEAI will really help to improve our cooperation in the future. That means, in general, of course, we would like to have very nice, friendly relations with China, but the main focus now on the distortions which we have with the state-owned companies on the markets, difficulties with financing advantages for Chinese firms in strategic sectors, cheap land and energy and state guidance and preferential support for selected Chinese industries. China is the EU's most restrictive major trading partner. There are numerous investment barriers and joint venture requirements, and Chinese procurement market is still closed for European producers. If CAI agreement will help to improve this, we would congratulate this in general. And maybe short question to the Mr. David. No time for questions.
We do not have time because I see that the panelists for the second session are already gathering. So Vidmantai, please conclude your remarks, and I will ask David McAllister to react. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. Sorry to take a little bit longer time. My question would be, for the panelists, how we can improve the relations with China, but at the same time to be competitive, at the same time, of course, to protect the human rights, and how to really make a green digital transition in real business case. Yeah, because from the past experience, we see a lot of paperwork which was done with China, but they was not realized. How to do real green transition, which will protect the European producers, who is really green, against some Chinese manufacturers, and how to do this. Is it CBAM, carbon border adjustment mechanism, is a real figure which can improve all relations and to bring China on the green way, let's say as that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I kindly ask David McAllister. David, thank you. Thank you very much for your patience, for being with us all those 2 hours. Appreciate it a lot. And please, your final remarks and your conclusions after listening to all our panelists. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Laima. I think this was a very interesting debate, and it was interesting also to hear the different views from Lithuania, also what our American friends had to contribute. And despite all of us having some different views as regards China, I think where we can all agree is that the European Union, and including Lithuania, we can successfully use a multifaceted approach towards China. But this means, on the other hand, that the European Union needs to remain principled when it comes to our values, but we also must try to seek dialogue, cooperation, and engagement in other policy areas where China can agree with our interests. we in the European Parliament are now working on a policy paper for a future EU-China strategy. The China experts in the European Parliament are Rainer Bütikofer from the Greens from Germany, Hilde Woutmans from Belgium, a Liberal colleague, is the rapporteur for this new EU-China strategy. And after reading her first draft of her paper, I would say there are 6 fields where she proposes EU cooperation with China. First, we need an open dialogue on global challenges. Second, we need engagement on human rights issues through economic leverage. Third, we need to analyze the threats and the challenges. Fourth, what our American partner was talking about, and also Anders Fogh Rasmussen, we need to build partnerships with like-minded partners. Fifth, we need to foster strategic sovereignty, strategic autonomy, however you want to frame this. And sixth, we need to defend our core European interests and values by transforming the EU into a geopolitical actor. A final point, because the comprehensive agreement on investment was mentioned so often. Despite all the criticism of the CAI, we shouldn't forget that CAI is not about China's interests only, but also about creating access and a level playing field for EU companies and investors in China. So we should continue to be very careful about what we want to achieve. But since the Chinese have imposed sanctions on members of the European Parliament, I simply cannot believe that the European Parliament will be ready to seriously scrutinize or even approve this agreement. The European Parliament has been very clear in our resolution last week that we demand the Chinese Communist leadership to lift the sanctions before the European Parliament can deal with this investment agreement. And we have also decided this without prejudice to the final outcome of the CAI ratification process. So, and that's my final point, and I think that you will all agree in Vilnius, in dealing with China, we have to be firm on our principles and values: freedom of expression, free participation in decision-making processes, academic freedom, and the defense of human rights are pillars of our democracies in Europe, in Northern America, and in other parts of the world. And these values should and will never be compromised in dealing with the communist leadership in Beijing. I'll keep it there. Once again, Laima, thank you so much for organizing this, and hopefully you will have a very interesting second panel too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. And now the floor goes to Jovita Neliupšienė, the Deputy Minister of Economy and Investment.
Thank you very much, and thanks for this insightful discussion. As Vidmantas actually asked, and Mr. Surplus noted that we need a balance. Yes, exactly. We need a balance, and we invested quite a lot of human resources in China. We organized numbers and numbers, missions, trade missions, political missions to China, and yet again. We invested in 17+1, and the results still they do speak for themselves. And I do believe that the best balancing act is the EU framework, because EU have negotiation leverage if there is a need to do that. EU may have a legal framework if CAI comes into force. And on top of that, as I have mentioned, EU have trade defense instruments if it may use that, or if it decides to use that. And I do believe that we have really and of course the investment screening, strategic investment screening instrument, which actually came into force only last October, although it was adopted 2 years ago. So I do believe that we have right instruments. It's up to us, to political leadership, to economic actors and social partners to use them. So if we and it actually takes some courage even to use them. So I do wish for all of us to continue be fair to ourselves and try to continue implement what we have agreed or we are going to agree. Thank you, and thanks again for organizing.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Minister. Unfortunately, we do not have more time for, other remarks or conclusions. So I would like to thank our panelists, Jonathan Fritz from the U.S. State Department, David McAllister, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the European Parliament, Radvilė Morkūnaitė-Mikulėnienė, our Deputy Speaker of the Parliament, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, founder of the Alliance of Democracies Foundation and former Prime Minister of Denmark, the Foreign Minister of Taiwan, Dr. Joseph Wu, Jovita Neliupšienė, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania, and our dear colleague Giedrius Surplys, Member of Parliament and Vice Chairman of the European Affairs Committee, for your contribution to the conference. Thank you all very much. See you in the future, those who will be leaving us, disconnecting from this conference, and session 1 is closed. Thank you. And now without any break, we start session 2 of our conference. I see my former colleague Reinhard Bütikofer, member of the European Parliament, chairman of the European Parliament delegation for relations with the People's Republic of China, and also member of the International Trade Committee of the European Parliament, representing from the Greens group in the Parliament from Germany, who is our first speaker at session 2. Mr. Bütikofer, welcome, and the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a great honor to be participating in this conference with so many very engaged and knowledgeable and famous other speakers. I was glad to be able to listen to my friends David McAllister and Jonathan Fritz and others. And first of all, I would want to congratulate Lithuania and in particular congratulate the Seimas for daring to stand up for what your country believes in. You took the courageous step of passing judgment on what you feel should be said on the terrible atrocities committed in China against the Uyghurs, which you called genocide. And you also took the courageous step of leaving the 17+1, which is now a 17-1+1 again. And I would expect that hopefully other countries would follow Lithuania's lead. And what was just said by the Deputy Minister, I think is of central relevancy. Europe has to learn this one core lesson: unless we stick together, we will not succeed. I recall a famous quote from one of the founding fathers of the United States, who during the Continental Congress said, gentlemen, we all have to hang together or we will most definitely all hang separately. This kind of approach is, I think, what we have to learn. Either we stick together or we will be defeated one by one by an ever more aggressive authoritarian China. But it is not enough just to work on European unity. We also have to invest in transatlantic cooperation, and we have to invest in cooperation with like-minded countries, in particular in the Indo-Pacific region. It would be deplorable if we would look at the international arena as just one triangle with China one corner, the US the next, and Europe the third, and forget about all the other countries that are also playing an important role and should play an important role and should be considered our partners, like Japan, like Korea, like India, like Australia or New Zealand, and also to look at the role that Taiwan can play. Europe has to do its own pivot to the Indo-Pacific if we want to be up to date with the international situation. It is maybe not fully recognized around Brussels that the center of global politics is indeed shifting to the Indo-Pacific. So just to hold on to the traditional transatlantic relations, which is in itself valuable, may not be sufficient unless we include also a strong European pledge to move towards recognizing the necessity of Indo-Pacific partnerships. And in that regard, it is positive that France, Germany, and the Netherlands have produced their own Indo-Pacific strategies. It is positive that the Council has published some conclusions on the topic and have mandated Commission and EAS to come forward with a strategy by September. It is positive that there is now more investment from the EU into the connectivity agenda, which is also being picked up and promoted by President Biden. I think that could be a great opportunity for cooperation between the United States and the EU, but also between the EU and Japan and India, for instance, with whom we have signed connectivity partnerships. As regards Taiwan, let me say this in very few sentences. I think we should enhance our relations with Taiwan. And I would just make 6 short points on that. We have to show solidarity whenever there are provocations from the PRC against Taiwan. We should strengthen the economic cooperation, which includes also an investment agreement. We should emphatically support all the efforts to include Taiwan in a meaningful way in the work of international organizations like the WHO or the WHA. We should upgrade the political relations with Taiwan. We should cooperate with Taiwan against PRC disinformation. And we should also find a way of cooperating with Taiwan to create more China competency around Europe, which we dearly need. And maybe a common project to set up a TV channel in Mandarin could be helpful in that regard. I heard David McAllister talking about strategic values-based pragmatism and about the hope of keeping China anchored in the international system. I would share that hope, but I also cannot ignore all the reasons that make me a little bit skeptical. There's a wealth of information about China not living up to its international obligations. And that starts with UNCLOS, which the United Nations Covenant on the Law of the Sea, which China is ignoring. That includes breaches of WTO rules. It includes the fact that China has not lived up to the demand for transparency on the outbreak of the pandemic that has been voted at the WHA. China is violating its free trade agreement with Australia. China is ignoring its agreement both with Canada and Australia about the consular services. China is ignoring the Sino-British Declaration on Hong Kong. China is ignoring the CCPR. China is building its own village inside Bhutan, a neighboring country. So I would say, of course, anchoring China in an international rules-based multilateral system would be indeed a great goal, but China does not seem all that interested in playing a role in this kind of multilateralism. They do use the term multilateralism, but they have a different reading of that. It's not rules-based. It's basically a phrase that covers China-centric international order that they are trying to build, for which the PRI is one more very important tools. So in order to have a chance of building indeed the kind of strategic and values-based pragmatism that David McAllister spoke about, I think we have to emphasize autonomous measures vis-a-vis China. And in the economic realm, that starts with what the Deputy Minister already mentioned, anti-dumping. We have new discussions about anti-subsidy measures, investment screening, an anti-coercion instrument to be able to defend ourselves against the kind of coercion that China is implementing vis-a-vis Australia. We should look at the and finally get into onto the rule book, the international procurement instrument, a ban on the importation of products of forced labor, and the human rights due diligence mechanism that has unfortunately just been postponed by Commission. And even if I completely agree with everybody who says we should look for ways of cooperating with China on issues of common concern, and of course climate is such an issue, I think we should also warn ourselves against illusions. And certainly I want to warn everybody against trade-offs like trading climate against human rights. I think this cannot be an option for us based on the European values of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. And we should not allow China to play us off against each other's democracies, must have each other's backs. And I am optimistic that we can build a united front of democracies. There is already a good deal of cooperation between members of different parliaments from around the globe under the umbrella of IPAC, the International Parliamentary Alliance on China, where we also have members from Lithuania that have been very active, like our good friend Dovile, for instance. And we should strengthen this dimension. I think Vidmantas Janulevicius was right in the remark he made just shortly about CAI. If CAI helps, he said, and that's a big if. If CAI would help, well, we should look at it in more detail. But as David McAllister justifiably said, this is not on the agenda at the moment because we cannot accept the Chinese sanctions, and the European Parliament just voted overwhelmingly with 599 votes in favor and just 30 votes opposed to put CAI into the deep freezer. But to be frank, I also know a lot of voices from the industry that are not all that enthusiastic about CAI. The president of the European Chamber of Commerce in Beijing, Mr. Jörg Wuttke, has been calling the CAI just a treaty that makes very few baby steps forward. So I think we should be willing to realize that the China of Xi Jinping is not the China of 10 years ago. The China of Xi Jinping is more aggressive internally and more aggressive internationally. We cannot just sort of copy what we did or pursue the same approach that we might have chosen 10 years ago. We have to push back very clearly, but I see positive developments. If you look at the public perception of China, China has been failing many expectations, in particular also in Central and Eastern European countries. They have not delivered what they promised. They have tried to bully countries. And I think if we pursue a course that builds an alliance of democracies and like-minded countries that want to share the defense of rules-based multilateralism, and if we don't trade off human rights against economic goals or against climate, then we can be successful in standing up to China. We know that the United States have understood, the Biden administration has understood that not only we need them, they also need us. And that is a very good basis for new cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bütikofer. Thank you very much for sharing with us your ideas and, in fact, very concrete proposals when it comes to EU policies towards China and Taiwan. By the way, I hope you will stay with us until the Q&A and debate. Great. Thank you. And now it's my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Mantas Adomėnas, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania. Please, Mantas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this event. Well, Chinese assertiveness in shaping global agenda for its own benefit is growing. Even though we, the EU, have recognized China as a partner to deal with on global issues such as climate change, as well as economic competitor and systemic rival, I believe we can all agree that during the last year, or last couple of years, China has been rapidly shifting from a cooperation partner to a hybrid and even a direct security threat. Some of China's actions in the global arena are in full disregard of international rules, and it almost always supports other violators of international law. We have all witnessed China's breach of Sino-British agreement on Hong Kong, as well as continuous provocative activities in South China and East China Seas, and the security situation around Taiwan with constant infringement of no-fly zone. We have also witnessed the regretful situation, shocking situation, which Seimas has named a genocide, the treatment of Uyghur minority in Xinjiang, as well as China's retaliatory decision to sanction a number of prominent Europeans after EU sanctions on Chinese officials involved in the persecution of Uyghur minority in Xinjiang region. We follow cautiously, but with growing worry, the development of the Sino-Russian relationship, which may continue to expand. We see it as a certain marriage of convenience, based mostly on the joint opposition to the international rules-based order and liberal democratic values. How can we resist all that? Should we? Well, some people ask whether we should resist it at all, or should we allow economic gain to prevail over internationally agreed values-based global order approach? Well, I think in the case of Lithuania, the answer is obvious. The very survival, the very persistence of Lithuania's state is predicated on the values such as the supremacy of law, supremacy of international rules-based order, and universality of human rights and liberties and democratic values. So in order to respond to the situation, we need to build our own resilience to the pressure emanating from the People's Republic on China through closer contacts, coordinated actions, and the unity with our transatlantic partners. We need to better coordinate our transatlantic responses in order to counter Chinese attempts to create alternative global order, diminishing the rule of law and rule of international law and universality of human rights. Therefore, we welcome the special EU and United States dialogue on People's Republic of China. We are looking forward to the EU-US summit in June, and we do see the importance of NATO and the EU working alongside in close cooperation on this topic as well. We have to raise our standards and keep international rules and norms intact, whether be it on trade or climate change or green economy. One of the best responses to China's challenge as a counterbalance to China's Road and Belt Initiative could be joint EU-US investment projects into the technological innovations and connectivity projects such as 3Cs network or the Blue Dot network. Moreover, our coordinated support for human rights and democracy worldwide should become the immediate goal of our shared US and EU agenda. Another challenge that both the EU member states and the US face is the critical importance of resilience building in our society. Not only our infrastructures are subjected to cyber and hybrid attacks, our societies are deluged with disinformation and attempts to confuse, to sow mistrust and undercut confidence in democracy per se. Eliminations of weaknesses vis-à-vis such attacks is, in my view, a critical area for close EU-US cooperation. It is also important to reinforce our commitment to multilateralism and to demonstrate EU and United States solidarity there in jointly seeking to push back on China's striving for global dominance. But of course, everyone has to do their own homework and to coordinate actions in building up this resilience. For the first time in 30 years, the government of Lithuania pays so close an attention to economic diplomacy. One of the main initiatives of the present governance program in the field of economic diplomacy is strategic diversification. We strive to become less dependent on one country's market, I mean China's market, by using EU trade policy measures as well as expanding Lithuania's network of Lithuania's representations, diplomatic representations in Southeast Asia. One of the priorities of the current Lithuanian government is to strengthen its cooperation with the Indo-Pacific region, emphasizing economic relations and trade, but also giving due impulse to reinforcing our political and diplomatic relations, as well as people-to-people ties. The ASEAN and its member states are especially important in this regard. We have already started to expand and reinforce our diplomatic representations network in the Indo-Pacific region, this autumn planning to open an embassy in Seoul, trade office in Taipei, and next year another embassy in Singapore. Well, allow me to bring this to a close by saying that EU and US are natural allies, bound by the commitment to strengthen democracies and to promote peace and shared values worldwide, based on common principles of the rule of law and human rights. So let us continue to work hand in hand on defending those common values by reinforcing the transatlantic bond and strengthening resilience on both sides of the Atlantic, in the EU and the US. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister, for your thoughts, for your insights. We fully understand that these days are very busy to you, so we would appreciate if you stay a bit longer. If not, then thank you very much for coming and for your time. And now I would like to ask Rimas Varkulevičius, the president of the Lithuanian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry and Crafts, to present to us your point of view, how it's seen from the perspective of the business community in Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours, Rimas.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for the opportunity to be invited to this conference, which is actually a big privilege and importance for the business community. I represent that's the Chambers of Commerce, Industry and Crafts of Lithuania. And actually, when we are talking now, hundreds or thousands of containers and hundreds of Lithuanian companies are just in trade or services relationship to the Chinese economy, Chinese business. And obviously we have past, we have present, and of course we have future. And what we are talking about now, it means trade relation, comprehensive agreement on investment as a project, as approach, it's very important. And actually, one most important thing that already you, with this conference, implementing approach, which is you call open parliament, open Seimas. It means opportunity for the representative of business participate in these discussions. Usually we are using media, we are using our own conferences, regional or international, due to the Euro chambers or similar or regional conferences, talking to our colleagues how to strengthen position against China, how to improve better relationship to the India-Pacific region countries, and of course, it's if we will talk 30 years ago, usually we would talk about the distance which we are facing. Now in this e-commerce global world, these features disappeared. Now we are facing how to do better and how to escape from unfair competition and all the political means which we are meeting, and this, of course, policy making measures. And already previous speakers mentioned very important things about new Pacific policy. It was mentioned about the principles, practices and pragmatic points about the united European Union position, about EU instruments, which is strengthening positions as well Lithuanian businesses. But what is, when I am speaking on the behalf of the business community, I'm always thinking that where money comes from. So more 70% of Lithuanian GDP comes from exports. It's a lot of, actually, in nowadays or facing pandemic results, always we have to think how to balance economy, how to maintain with the situation what we achieved, that we are doing well even this pandemic time. And actually, country as Lithuania, which is already have specifics on this business structure, doing well. In the case we are just making strengths of the balancing of the businesses. And already I don't want to mention a lot about the figures that China is not the most important our trade partner, but already was mentioned that supply chains are very important. Sometimes we are buying, when we are buying the raw materials, components from China, we feel that it's a very comprehensive and very structural systems which already uniting dozens of the countries, thousands of the companies, we are living already in very sophisticated world. And when we see just our structure of the exports already was mentioned by my Mr. Surprise, that agriculture, furniture, chemical products, which is probably not the products of the future on which we have to tackle our expectations. And of course, we see that comprehensive agreement on investments could be very important if would be achieved, and with all the supports of European politicians, European Parliament, of course, our politicians, we can achieve a lot of. But usually in business, what we do, even myself, when we could not succeed with the partnership, we are looking for the alternatives which already exist. And being in this global market, we have I would say the excellent relationship to the South Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, and I would mention other kind. Of course, Taiwan, which is in our political support next door, which is very important. We have to use it, and actually to see what was mentioned by previous speaker for European Parliament, that this new position, new Pacific strategy could be as soon implemented even in the minds of our policy makers. Actually, that's decision very important. But as well, I would like to ask to invite Lithuanian national business community representatives, even sometimes our scientists, which already have new futures, projecting new perspectives for local investors, for foreign investors, for regional investors, could have very important role. Lithuania is, of course, on a very specific geographical situation, and we are facing very sometimes negative impacts of what is happening. Already starting from a negotiation of European Union membership, I always raised the issue that Lithuania on the border between two economic, and maybe already we understood after the yesterday accident with the plane, that we are on the border of different political worlds, and that's we have to assume. And concentrating on the features and powers on the border, economic powers, I mean, not the military powers, economic powers, is very important. And it means that our politicians, together with business community, with the scientists, should work very hardly on homeworks. What is necessary to do? Because speaking from the point of view of Lithuanian business, we need a better image on our products, on our services. Because sometimes we are just, when we are meeting, as I already mentioned, companies or investors from this alternative countries, always we are asked about our advantages, which is very important. And already we are talking about this issue, but not so much implementing yet. I'm always raising about the issue of the structure of export promotion policy making system, even the program, which is of course should be balanced to the European Union policy. Very important the point that we have to pay attention to the changing conditions. Even this pandemic, which is already closed movement of the people, sometimes movement of the services like tourism sectors, like transportation, of the people like others, which is, of course, will have, I would say, from 5 to 10 years impact on the economies. And we should pay very big attention to this and implement all the possible features of fair competition. Only long-term partnership principles should be based our achievements and our goals. And we know that already that economic concessions gives to the political aggressiveness. Maybe I'm saying very directly by this expression, but actually this shows. And from my practical point of view, spending some years working in Asia countries and as well later on exporting products to Asia, I know that it's rather specific and rather difficult how to say structures and possibilities to work. And what we have to do, we have to achieve not only profit from these businesses, but as well doing the best policy implementation features, doing business together, and as well finalizing my speech, my remarks. I'm looking forward for this alternatives in the Indo-Pacific region, working more intensively with other countries, which as well could lead to the same results as working with China and cooperating with China on all economic means. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varkulevičius. And also I hope that you will stay until the end of the session for the Q&A and our debate, short debate. And now it's time for the US representative. So Senator James Elroy Rich, ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee of the US Senate, in the past until very recently, until the beginning of this year, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee of the US Senate. He's not able to join us online directly, but we have a video message from him. Please.
Hello, I'm United States Senator Jim Risch, ranking member of the U.S. Senate Foreign Relations Committee. It's an honor to join all of you today, and I look forward to meeting again in person someday soon. There is no shortage of issues in the transatlantic relationship. I'm very glad to see our Baltic partners focusing on the serious challenges China poses to freedom, prosperity, and security. Before I get into that, however, I want to talk about the transatlantic relationship on its own merits. Building stronger U.S. and European ties has been a priority of mine since I joined the Senate in 2009. I'm a strong supporter of NATO, the greatest political military alliance in history. As nations with authoritarian ideologies and imperial tendencies look to grow their power and influence on the world stage, we remain committed to the original pledge made by all NATO allies to safeguard the freedom, common heritage, and civilization of its peoples, founded on the principles of democracy, individual liberty, and the rule of law. These shared values are what have helped build a strong and enduring transatlantic relationship, whether countries are NATO and EU members or not. Together, the United States and Europe helped create an open system of rules, norms, and institutions that upholds individual rights and freedoms, advances market-based economic prosperity, and safeguards shared security interests. Despite some differences, we have enjoyed enormous success in fostering that system, and most of the world, including China, has prospered under it. China is our economic competitor. We welcome economic competition, but only if it's fair. We must demand greater reciprocity in China's adherence to the rule of law and international norms. China signed up for this when it joined the World Trade Organization and other international agreements. We must also find or create new mechanisms to enforce the promises that China makes when it enters into these kind of agreements. While commitments on labor laws, carbon emissions, and state subsidies seem attractive, they mean nothing unless they are enforced. We cannot continue this pattern where we keep our promises to China, but they do not uphold their end of the bargain. Unfortunately, China's economic and geopolitical visions are vastly different than ours. The rights of the individuals in their mind are subordinate to the interests of the state, and economic coercion for political ends is a legitimate form of statecraft. These are not our visions. Confronting this is our shared challenge. The United States and Europe must be prepared to safeguard our shared interests, and we must do so with vigor. We are making some progress. The United States and the European Union have both improved our screening of foreign direct investment. I commend the Lithuanian government for drawing attention to the risks of China's investments in ports. There are a lot of examples as to why that's a really bad idea. On human rights, we've combined forces to expose the Chinese government's horrifying repression of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang and have stood up for democracy in Hong Kong. Our European friends and allies have joined the U.S. in patrolling important waterways of the Indo-Pacific, determined to protect the world's key shipping and commerce lanes. Both the United States and some European countries, including Lithuania, are bolstering ties with Taiwan, and the U.S. and European Union are engaged in a dialogue on China-related issues. These actions are an important start, but the challenges of China, which are many and widespread, require a sustained commitment. Together, we must ensure that the free international system we built together can withstand outside pressures. Last month, the Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed my bipartisan Strategic Competition Act, a comprehensive approach to China with concrete policies in several key areas of our competition. Every aspect of this legislation highlights the importance of collaboration between the United States and our allies and partners. The full Senate is working on a larger bill that contains many of these China provisions. Some European parliaments are also having robust debates on China policy. Legislatures must play a major role in shaping policy on China in the decades to come. Addressing the challenges China poses will require balancing our long-term shared interests with our own current issues. I know there are some frustrations between the U.S. and Europe today, but we have overcome these differences in the past. It is not uncommon for friends to have differences. Committing to each other, to our collective security and common interests, always has and always should override other issues. We must work together to fend off the Chinese Communist Party's political influence and coercion. One especially pressing issue is China's influence in universities. In the United States, there is almost no scrutiny of foreign donations and contracts that can undermine U.S. national security. I want to change that. The China legislation I just mentioned would empower the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States to review gifts and contracts to universities. This is necessary to protect emerging technologies and ensure China cannot use universities to advance propaganda or suppress the discussion of topics like Taiwan and Tibet. This issue is my top priority, and I look forward to partnering with European colleagues on this. It is foundational to the health and democracy on both sides of the Atlantic and are very important to all of our national securities. A number of European countries are starting commissions to review Chinese Communist Party investment. This should grow across Europe. We need better coordination to shape the future of technology and ensure a level playing field in industry groups that set standards and norms for emerging technologies. To protect freedom and human rights, the United States and Europe must be active in how new technologies will be used. On trade, a major priority for the U.S. and European partners is WTO reform, which we should all support. While the WTO remains crucial to a functioning international trading system, Competing with China will require more than that. We must consider other ways to defend ourselves from China's economic malpractice, such as further cooperation on investment screening and better alignment on export controls. I've been very glad to see that the U.S. and the European Union are taking steps to reduce the friction in our own trade relationship. Solving our own disputes will help us present a united front against China's anti-free market policies. We should also work to secure and strengthen critical infrastructure, from energy grids and supply chains to ports and undersea cables. China has already amassed enough economic and political might to coerce countries into deferring to China's interests. China's use of its COVID-19 vaccines to entice nations to end their recognition of Taiwan is only one recent example. We must build a collective resolve to defend the system we built. Transatlantic security and prosperity requires that we continuously renew our commitment to each other and pledge to use all of our combined tools to succeed. This is our shared task for the decades to come. We must rise to the occasion together, even though that will require difficult decisions. Thank you again for your kind invitation to share my thoughts with you today.
Our gratitude, yes, our gratitude goes to Senator Rich. And if anybody from his team is connected with us, please forward our most sincere gratitude and our respect to Senator. And we hope to see him in Lithuania one day in the near future. Thank you. And now it is my honor to invite Emanuelis Zingeris, the signatory of the Act of Restoration of Independence, Member of Parliament, member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Parliament, and head of the Group of Interparliamentary Relations with the United States Congress. Emanuele, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, dear Laima. Thank you, old friends, and especially Mr. Butikofer. Hello again. And all assembled people, I would like to express thankfulness to Laima, and you brought to our national parliament your experience from European Parliament, and your experience is rich. Your friendships are broad, and we are so thankful for making our parliament more rich, more based on values. Thank you, Laima. I would like to turn to my personal experience. Through last probably more or less 3 decades in Lithuanian parliament, I see here the other old comers like Laima, like Audronius, our former Minister of Foreign Affairs. And I would like to stress that Lithuania is not one of the biggest countries, but we not agree to be called new incomers to the European Union. We are not new incomers. Well, the issue related to our experience fighting totalitarian regimes, especially for those heroes who fought and dedicated their lives, are hugely great. So from that point, we are next to Poland, and we are in between ideas, not becoming formal members of Middle European Club, with one feet being with Poland, Czech Republic and Hungary, but with other leg we are in the Nordic civil society, Nordic friends, and we sharing our values with Nordic civil societies and their great achievements in human rights and their global participation in human rights, especially Sweden and Norway. And remembering Iceland's contribution to our independence. I would like to come back to say a few words about my idea, Mr. Butikofer, related to the party links. The party links and party relations towards Pacific. And when I spoke with President of Taiwan, of Republic of China, Tsai Ing-wen, I shared the ideas with her about how to connect and sign multiply agreements between multi-party system democracies in Pacific and our European Union, NATO world. So the party relations, bipartisan American world, our classical multi-party system in Germany, in Poland, in Latvia, Estonia, especially in France, and United Kingdom, thinking that Kingdom is still our key partner even outside European Union in the field of values, we should make our steps forward. That will give for us opportunities, having more or less the system of values in Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand, and the other parts of the democratic parts of the Pacific, our allies. So if you will tell that it's a too romantic idea, well, it's huge, on the map we have huge gap and huge travel expenses. Not true. Every from us, including Laima, Audronius, me, you, Mr. Butikofer, and others have personal friends inside of party systems in Taiwan, in Japan, especially those who are old comers from the political works, and we should have agreements with them to be on their party assemblies, and we should participate there how it's possible. Of course, we should vote in our parliaments, in the chamber, and we should be during the voting. But I think I participated not once in the party assembly inside of Taiwan, especially that came the idea, Laima, to make our common trips with Foundation for Democracy in Taiwan to Indochina, and train, for example, now you can see that like a tragic irony, train, for example, Myanmar young parliamentarians in Taiwan, in the Taiwan parliament. I was on the last trip to Myanmar visiting my good friend, Madam Aung Suu Kyi, who today is starting a trial, terrible trial by a military junta, probably silently supported by Chinese People's Republic after the coup in Myanmar. And I remember my discussions with young promising parliamentarians from Aung Suu Kyi party, and the party is today during a court meeting is banned and officially declared like a party who have no right to exist, like a terrorist group. Nobel Prize winner Aung Suu Kyi just sent letters asking for support. During the IPU meeting, just Laima, it will be good to know, of course it's not the most important organization in the world, they agreed to send official letters to members of Myanmar parliament, trying to help them not to be in jail, to be on the open debate. The same things done by us in massive way to Hong Kong friends. Just Mantas and me and Audronius participated in the official demonstration in the front of our cathedral building in Lithuania, here in Vilnius, and we just were shocked by the number of Chinese embassy diplomats who demonstrated against us with a huge red flag. So, after that, having on our posters names of Joshua Wong and other friends from Hong Kong, I think we came to idea here in Lithuania to go out from 17+1, and all those friends who are now in the chamber here together with you in this constitutional hall are signatories of the act, including the other friends from parliament who an act of our parliament to go out from 17+1. Well, after such experience in one party system, we cannot simply ethically continue to be in the group under some heavy manipulation from one-party system and from a Chinese Communist Party. So from my point of view, having such terrible experience in totalitarian regime, both Nazis and Soviets, in the Baltic country, in Poland, in Middle Europe, being so-called new members, but old members related to European values, Communist Party of China have no chance to find and to pick weaknesses among us related to political influences and manipulations to build their political basis inside of new members countries. Of course, we have just mentioned few other examples inside of new member countries who are underway to restore their independent foreign policy related to Chinese People's Republic. But in our countries, in our neighborhood, we have no such weaknesses among all parties in Lithuania and probably all parties in Poland. That's better to say for the dear Chairman of Foreign Affairs Committee of Senate, and his remarks will be valuable. So, from my point of view, I would like to add to this conference idea to sign multi-party agreements with Pacific party system and to choose the partners inside of Japanese, Taiwan, Australian parliaments, and to continue our party policies on grassroots level, and to go ahead to the Mr. Biden declared Summit of Democracies. Summit of Democracies. We learn about that from our story of Community of Democracies, chaired by the summit by Audronius Ažubalis and contributed probably by me. So it should be other way how to deal with that. It should be other way. We should go out from symbolic language to concrete geopolitical mixture with human rights, to go away from human rights symbolism and to become concrete in defending people. For example, like was just mentioned by some of you, stolen yesterday by Belarusian KGB, kidnapping our airplane. That should be common answer not only from parliamentarian community, not from the human rights defender, like Dovile declared persona non grata in China, but and European Parliament friends declared persona non grata in China, but by all our power of executive. If human rights will be included to executive, if we will avoid the probably failures from I will not say Obama time failures, but I will say from the failures defending human rights with executive voice, then we will insist and then we will be together having our executive voice together with human rights defenders, defending human rights in Hong Kong and being on the security side of Taiwan. In this case, I would like to say that slowly, Mr. Butikofer, we should have at least a draft among us, United States, bipartisan congressional caucuses, our friends in the European Union should draft together our common plan, how we are coming to upcoming Joe Biden declared Summit of Human Rights, with concrete projections, concrete points, and one of the points I would like to include, if you will be supporting the close party relations, party-by-party relations between the European Union, NATO countries, and Pacific countries. So thank you so much, Laima, and I would like to say that to our American friends that value so much, I have in my hands, of course, the United States Senate Resolution 760, very close to our Parliament resolution and very close to European Parliament last resolution initiated by Sandra Kalniete, Michael Galler, and Radoslav Sikorski and other friends. So we are endorsing those goals mentioned in both documents, and we will prepare ourselves together with all our allies to United States initiated democracy summit on the end of this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emanuelis. Thank you very much for your ideas and also your perspective. And now it is my pleasure and honor to give the floor to Bogdan Klich, who is the chairman of the Foreign and European Affairs Committee of the Polish Senate, former Minister of Defense of the Republic of Poland, and former member of the European Parliament. Please, Bogdan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Laima. Thanks a lot. I appreciate your invitation and the opportunity to take part in such a conference. We know all that, and history teaches us that it is hard or even impossible to settle the relations between an autocracy on the one hand and a democracy on the other. As a rule, tyrannies trigger conflicts, and democracies, once put into the fields ridden with antagonisms, would usually start on the deep defensive line. The despot doesn't need to make a request or to get any mandate to wage war, as it seems, because they are unconstrained at an early stage of the conflict. Despots will have a head start. Only the consolidation around the threat that they pose allows for a radical response which makes democracies so hard to be defeated. In Europe, at risk of war, are we at risk of war with China? No. But our allies in the southeast part of Asia do face such risk. The European Union is threatened with Beijing's war of ideas, the war of trade, the war of espionage, all in all, a systemic war. Let's then examine three scenarios. The first one, a positive scenario, means commitment and cooperation. The EU may maintain its cooperation with the US and China, concluding agreements, consolidating trade, and boosting investments. Second one, the neutral scenario, means that the EU takes steps to counteract unfair practices. This doesn't undermine mutual relations with China, but both parties are aware that they have more to get than to lose. And finally, a negative forecast, it means the forecast of the conflict. The EU has to effectively navigate in a hostile environment where trust has been undermined, trade is hampered, and retaliatory measures are common. I will limit myself to analyze a little bit only this third scenario. Joe Biden, still as a president-elect, called upon European leaders to put on hold any new ideas of cooperation with China until his inauguration. It was in December 2020. But the European Union signed with China the comprehensive agreement on investment. Surely this wasn't done by oversight. In fact, a strategic reluctance towards the US tougher position against China and Russia has been gaining ground in several European capitals. And quite unexpectedly, European leaders seemed to experience side problems and were unable to see through the Chinese strategy, now built on one pillar. Even if it is still economically strong, the old continent is rather slow-witted in political cooperation. Hence, because of political discrepancies, this territory is quite vulnerable to an economic and cultural invasion. Meanwhile, President Xi emulates Putin's tactics, famous tactics, divide et impera, and he avoids negotiations with the EU as a whole and sets the course for the most powerful capitals, Paris and Berlin. In their shadow, Poland and Hungary are competing to become the European point of entry for the new Silk Road, while the United States is making pressure on European capitals to block the offensive of Huawei Corporation, in particular its participation in the management of 5G technology. China goes further, following the steps of Donald Rumsfeld, who once divided the European continent into the old and the new parts, the latter being the better because it supported the US invasion of Iraq. President of China came up with the 17+1 format, and the first teleconference didn't have the expected outcome, as Poland and the Czech Republic put in front of the screen their presidents, President Miloš Zeman and President Andrzej Duda. Quite recently, in March 2019, the European Commission qualified China as a cooperation partner, an economic competitor, and also as a systemic rival. It's up to us to judge if that position was consistent and logical. For myself, not so much. And one could say that several European capitals had secret hopes that China would finally liberalize its economy and perhaps even its political system. But it was a dream. Contrary to widespread views, what accelerated Europeans' stiffness was not the political impact on the pandemic, but the development in some specific locations on the map, including Hong Kong, Tibet, and Taiwan, and more broadly, a growing non-observance of international agreements, the authoritarian expansion, and the disregard for human rights. The attitude towards China will be the measure of the US return to the politics of values and its credibility. If President Biden's declarations are sincere, I hope that they are, Washington will need to support the Tibetans, stand up for democracy in Hong Kong, and prepare for a war to defend Taiwan. At the first meeting between President Biden and President Xi in Alaska, Americans announced that they would continue to condemn persecutions against the Uyghurs, threats targeted at Taiwan, human rights violations in Tibet, reprisals in Hong Kong, and hackers' attacks. It was a positive message. It was a positively strategic message. This sends us back to the beginning of our analysis, and one of the key factors affecting the relations with China is the global battle between democracy and authoritarianism. We had the chance to listen to such voices from the screen and from this hall several times during today's conference. I share this opinion. I share this position. One of the key factors affecting the relations with China is the global battle, debt battle. As a result, the room for cooperation has substantially shrunk, while the offensive is extending. The Chinese take over more and more European news outlets, for example. Over the last 10 years, China has invested near 3 billion euros in European media enterprises, and the revenue for ads purchased by Chinese institutions is used to promote pro-China message and to reverse critical reporting. European think tanks and universities, which are financed by Chinese businesses, promote the views of the Chinese government. To this end, they would rely on an extensive global network of more than 500 Confucius institutes. Furthermore, representatives of Beijing quite openly tried to interfere with the curricula of those universities which China has been unable to buy. What does it mean for the Atlantic cooperation? Simply one thing, the imperative of unity. The imperative of unity of Atlantic community. We need to remember that what is needed first is a consistent approach to the European foreign policy among the European member states. To put it in more diplomatic terms, it has never been easy to achieve, of course, but we have to have such a united approach towards China. That's first. All in all, while Europe is guided by the respect for democracy, rule of law, and human rights, China is an authoritarian and single-party state. This is one side of the coin. The other side shows, though, that in 2020, China was the main EU trade partner. Let's be clear. The liberal economic system, with its regulations on fair competition, investments and public procurement, will fail in such confrontation if it is divided. Moreover, Beijing tends to analyze structural metadata, which describe logical and physical links between the parts of the complex. Based on such strategic reflections, Chinese diplomacy takes a more confrontational approach to the member states and the EU as a whole. So once again, this is the second argument for being united within the European Union. And of course it is necessary to compromise between the position of the EU as a whole and the position of the US after the change in the White House. Chinese ambassadors threaten the governments of the EU member states with retaliation against their respective companies if Huawei doesn't become part of their domestic 5G network. Is this only about business? Not necessarily. The Chinese economic offensive should be taken as it is. Infrastructure and financial projects conceal a geopolitical agenda, and the overarching goal is to shape public opinion in line with Chinese strategic interest. And this is the third argument, to be consistent with European policy and to try to adjust this policy together with our American partners. So, finally, in such a context, we need to acknowledge that only a strong and unified EU, together with the US partner, will not let itself be pulled into a conflict. We define power differently as an effective and assertive, value-based foreign policy and its loyal execution by the member states. Without this requirement being met, we will never be able to negotiate with China on equal footing. Let's remember about the preamble of the Washington Treaty of 1949. There are values that create pillars of our NATO alliance. Let's take into consideration the Article 2 of the Lisbon Treaty that also created this basis, value basis, ethical basis for the European Union. Combining those this article and this preamble, those two pillars of both the EU and NATO, we will be much more enhanced in our joint position that is absolutely needed if we want to succeed in the relationship with China. Thank you.
Mr. Klich, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very clear message, very political message, kind of a roadmap, in fact, with regard to EU's policy towards China. Thank you, and I hope that I will be looking forward to your final remarks at the end of the session. And now the floor goes to Monika Oshmanskaya, Member of Parliament, Freedom Party political group. She is a member of the European Affairs Committee of the Seimas. Please, Monika, the floor is yours.
Privileged to address this distinguished audience. Thank you, Laima Andrikienė, for this initiative and for this outstanding opportunity. My party is the new kid on the block. In Seimas and society at large, we are labeled as provocative and sometimes even aggressive. But I want to believe that this all is due flash pink and yellow colors in our logo and not our human rights platform. I do not have the baggage of experience or positions that many of speakers have, but I hope that my contribution will be meaningful. Quite some time ago, People's Republic chose peaceful rise for its underlying approach in foreign policy. However, these days are long gone. PRC today is a global superpower that is prepared to rise by all means necessary, and often in the expense of its own citizens. A mixture of oppressive nationalism, xenophobia, and state-controlled market economy, where human rights are not born into, but rather are given down upon to, is explosive. We see it in Hong Kong, in Xinjiang, in Tibet. We see it in PRC relations to its immediate neighbors, Taiwan, India, Philippines. Yet, globalization makes us interdependent, and PRC shrewdly internalized all the benefits, yet remains rather oblivious to responsibilities that come with it. The Chinese market has 1.4 billion consumers. European Union foreign direct investment flows into China the past 20 years make up for 140 billion euro. And the FDI flows in the opposite direction account for almost 120 billion euro. There is even greater untapped potential for further EU investments in the China market, which has been very difficult to reach as European companies are facing a number of barriers. Other EU trading partners like Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and South Korea have agreements with China in place. United States, our key ally, with Phase 1 deal gained market access in China. The European Union does not. I am convinced that trade agreements are made primarily to serve its people. A rule-based, respectful, and sustainability-driven trade relations with China would certainly do a lot of good to all involved. But can EU-China comprehensive agreement on investment offer that? I am afraid the answer to this is rather clear. No. As a parliamentarian, I am in full solidarity with my colleague, Dovilė Šakalienė, with fellow MEPs who have been sanctioned by the communist regime for speaking their minds, for representing views of their voters. This is completely unacceptable, and I am glad to see European Parliament making it crystal clear in its recent vote. As a liberal politician, I cannot stand idly and make agreement with a regime that imprisons and tortures its people. What is taking place in Xinjiang is genocide. Tibet is under strictest military lockdown. Hong Kong is effectively suffocated. As a person, I am in pain in pain over the suffering the regime imposes on people. In my party, we are of the view that as we live in the times of new divisions on the global arena, we have to choose. And I am hopeful that Lithuania will choose liberal democracy, human rights, rule of law. We choose European Union, we choose close relations with our allies in NATO in general and United States in particular. And as we choose principles over short-term gains, we need to enforce them by stating clearly what Chinese Communist Party represents, that it is not welcome to invest into the country's strategic assets. We need to open our eyes to other opportunities, and I am glad that we shall have a trade representation in Taiwan, a democracy that should serve as an example. Having said that, we should never turn our back on people-to-people contacts, embracing rich and fascinating cultural contacts, build bridges that eventually will allow us to revisit this stance and make peaceful rise yet again possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Now, I hope that there will be no technical problems. And Zsuzsa Anna Ferenci, Dr. Ferenci, she will join us. Yes, I can see Zsuzsa, hello. Great to see you. She's in Taiwan. And let me introduce to you Zsuzsa Ferenci, affiliated scholar of the Department of Political Science of the Free University of Brussels, also a research fellow from the European Union Center at the National Taiwan University, and she has many other positions, a long list of them. Zsuzsa will speak about Taiwan, the EU, and China, about time to reconceptualize ties. So it's a very important presentation, and Zsuzsa, the floor is yours. We look forward to listening to you. Please.
Thank you so much, Ms. Andrikiene. Thank you so much for the invitation. It is really my honor to be speaking along such distinguished guests, and it's nice to see familiar faces from the European Parliament, where I am proud to say that I spent over 10 years working together with yourself and other colleagues. So it is really an honor to be speaking today from Taiwan. And as a speaker in the first panel said, that it's always good to start your intervention on a positive note. Listening to the first panel and to the previous speakers, I would say that we do have a positive message which is the convergence that is coming out of this conference on the need to stay united within the EU as member states, but also when it comes to transatlantic relations, to strengthen democratic alliance. And that we heard from Mr. Rasmussen, but also Mr. Butikofer, also Mr. McAllister. So I think that is already a positive message. And on that positive note, I would like to join Mr. Butikofer in his message of support to Lithuania for being courageous and taking the step to decide to leave the 17+1 framework. I think that's another positive message, but I'll come back to that further on. So in the few minutes that I have, I will make 2 or 3, maximum 3 main remarks. As you said, Ms. Andrikiene, I indeed chose to speak about Taiwan and EU and China and trying to reconceptualize ties. And here I refer to EU-China ties and the EU's relationship with Taiwan. Now, I think the headline that captures best where we stand when it comes to EU-China is that the EU is getting tougher on China. This is, I think, another, in a way, positive message that we are moving from a naive posture to a more assertive approach. And this has been circulating in Brussels and beyond especially since the 2009 strategic outlook that the Commission and the External Action Service put out together, labeling China a strategic, from a strategic partner, a systemic rival. And so the first point I would like to make in light of this claim, very mindful that there are questions about how tough we are indeed getting on China. But in light of this claim, I would say that there is a conceptual shift taking place in the EU's approach to China. And this is closely linked to a shift in the EU's self-perception when it comes to its role in the Indo-Pacific. We've seen that through the publication of the EU's strategy on the Indo-Pacific in April this year. This is something that was picked up by previous speakers as well. And so these two dynamics are taking place, moving from a naive to an assertive approach, moving towards China, and also moving from seeing China as more as a threat than as an opportunity, and also seeing ourselves as an EU, as an entity, from seeing ourselves a passive observer to a more active stakeholder in the region. So this is the first point. And of course, closely linked to this point is that I argue that a shift is needed in the same way. It's not taking place, but it is needed in the EU's approach to Taiwan. So we need to reconceptualize and upgrade ties. And upgrade ties is actually, I should say, it's almost a quote from the European Parliament's earlier resolution. So these are the 2 points I'm going to elaborate on. And finally, I will conclude to say that there is a strategic opportunity for Europe at this stage to engage Taiwan. But I would also add that there's equally a strategic opportunity for Taiwan to engage Europe, because I think it takes two. So on the first point, the conceptual shift from strategic partners that goes back to 2003, right, between the EU and China, to seeing China more as a systemic rival, passive, active. This shift, this is taking place. And the question that I get most often here in Taipei is, how real is really this shift, and how sustainable is it, given that there's so many, just looking at the past few months, looking at the language that we see that it's tough in itself. Then we moved from concluding the negotiations on CAI, on the comprehensive agreement on investment with China, but then came the sanctions, the counter sanctions, and Europe remains far. I mean, that's something that Europe still has to better address in the future, that in Asia, seen from Taiwan, it's still far, getting closer, and we're getting there, but it will take more work on that front as well. But the question remains, so is this really real? Because it is quite confusing to understand where Europe really stands, while the language is to be geopolitical, but then back and forth. So to address that shift, I would say that there's multiple layers. There's the language, which I already mentioned in terms of the systemic rival label. But we need to look beyond the language, and we need to look back in time. So 2019 should be looked at the same time in terms of the communication, the strategic outlook, at the same time with the 16 communication, which already talks about, condemns China's authoritarian response to domestic dissent. That's the language, and that's in 2016. We also demanded reciprocity and all those issues that remained up to 2021. But I would say that we need to go even further back in time to the 2008 financial crisis, because it's at that stage that EU-China relations started shifting, and slowly the EU and member states, pushed mostly by perhaps Germany, for sure Germany and France and Italy, pushing Brussels to be more, to reflect on how we deal with the increasing influence and presence, economic presence of China in Brussels and in Europe, mostly in Europe. So the layer, through this, I'm trying to illustrate that the shift is actually deeper than the language. We are taking measures on a European level. Of course, the implementation is always an issue, but we've seen after the 2016 shift, I would name here the one of the high-profile acquisitions by Chinese media group of KUKA Robotics, German company, that has really pushed and was like a wake-up call that there's a new reality and we need to take measures. So the measures are concrete, tangible, which is the foreign screening mechanism of foreign investment, coordination on disinformation, on 5G, on human rights. So these are concrete measures that I usually quote when I'm confronted with the question of how real this is. Of course, looking forward, the challenges remain. And I would here like to mention that, of course, in all of this, the European Parliament has been instrumental. And this is where I can move on to my second point, instrumental in trying to push for that conceptual shift to take place also vis-a-vis Taiwan. And by that, I mean to change the way we see Taiwan. So for the first time this year, we are going to have an EU report, a European Parliament report on EU's relations with Taiwan. And I think for me, this is a crystal clear indication that the European Parliament that is wants to look at Taiwan on its own merit outside of EU-China relations. Of course, the context will always be China for the EU. And that's also because we are an entity of 27 governments where every single member state pushes their own interests. We see increasing convergence, but the fact that the European Parliament is pushing with that report speaks for itself and speaks strongly. I think there's many examples I could quote from the European Parliament, because I think already in January, we saw the Common Foreign and Security Policy report that for the first time mentioned Taiwan, I think 11 times, because I counted. And that's for the first time. It's usually the language is to support Taiwan's participation in international organizations. That has remained, but now it's much more. Now it talks about upgrading ties. And this is something that Mr. Bütikofer has often highlighted. So I think we are seeing that conceptual shift slowly, gradually taking place. Of course, seeing Taiwan on its own merit is important because Taiwan has proven yet again that while it is isolated from the international community, it has maintained its capacity and increased its capacity to protect its people and the economy under a pandemic as a strong economy, as an advanced democracy. So seeing Taiwan on its own merit will be important for the region, for the EU support for democratic governance in the Indo-Pacific. And also, since I already mentioned the Indo-Pacific strategy, it is important to say that if the EU indeed wants to have an inclusive approach towards the region where we will deal with all countries in the Indo-Pacific, of course, we know that members and stakeholders in the region have different views, and it will be challenging to agree even between like-minded partners like the US, India, Japan, and Australia within the Quad security dialogue, the quadrilateral security dialogue. Even there are and will be differences. But if we want to have an inclusive approach and balance our relations and protect our interests, I think we need to understand that Taiwan needs to be part of that strategy. And this is something that was also mentioned earlier. I would just like to stress that myself. So seeing Taiwan on its own merit is important. Shift in this perception, if we start seeing Taiwan on its own merit, not as a sensitive issue, as we have been sort of have accepted for all these years, in our relationship with Beijing, that Taiwan is sensitive, so we can't do that because of China. I think we need to change that language. We need to understand, and I might be provoking here, but I think we need to understand that we already do a lot with Taiwan. So we have 15 EU member states here. I've seen them being very active, coordinating, of also competing. That is normal. But I think there's a lot of interest in strengthening those ties. I also see interest in Taipei to do more with Europe. I also understand that for Taiwan, the security situation will require the United States as a priority in terms of cooperation. But working with the EU in practical terms, I think will need to be reconsidered and strengthened. So if we change the way we're changing our language on China, and we're changing our perception, and we're taking measures, I strongly argue that this is something that we can and we should follow when it comes to Taiwan. To finish, the strategic opportunity is there as we reconsider our relations with China. It is now that we have to reconsider and upgrade the ties. The upgrade will be up to member states. I am very aware of that it will come down to what member states, every single member state does is important. Not only what Germany says or does counts. Of course, we all know, I strongly believe we all know why I picked Germany in this context, but the fact that Lithuania has decided to stand up against China to protect its own interest, it is not just Lithuania's interest, it is the interest of the region. It is through this gesture that Lithuania has positioned itself strategically to show an example to Estonia as well as to Latvia, because they face the same or similar threats and have similar vulnerabilities. So the point I'm making is that it matters what every single member state does. So I would urge Lithuania to initiate a regional debate within the Baltics and on what to do with the China opportunity / threat or threat / opportunity. I'm very aware that we haven't moved from opportunity to threat. I mean, we're moving somewhere in between. Different member states within the 17+1 see things differently, perceptions diverge. But a regional debate on Taiwan and on China within the Baltics, I think would do a lot, not just politically, but also for the people. Public diplomacy will be important. I would also urge Brussels to do the same in terms of initiating that strategic debate with all member states. I think all member states need to be part of that debate equally. So I think I will soon stop because I think maybe we have time for comments at the end. But yeah, thank you so much for the time, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ferenczi. I just wanted to let you know that one of your latest publications, Standing Up to China, could help bring Lithuania, the EU, and Taiwan closer together. It has been distributed to the participants of the conference, and it will be forwarded to all members of the Lithuanian Parliament. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now I will give the floor to Vidmantas Janulevičius, the President of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. Please.
Thank you very much, Laima. Thank you for invitation again. And it's very difficult to be the last speaker here and at the same time to summarize some, let's say, the issues which we already hear. During this today, and it's very difficult to represent the old business because on behalf of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists, at the same time I'm in the Committee of Business Europe, who really has a big, wide view on relations with China. Of course, we have different members, and normally we are dividing to two parties, let's say, or to two sides. One who is invested already in China and who is promoting China as an interesting country and do the business there. I'm talking only about industrialists. And to another party who is not invested in China and who in competition with them. I'm not invested in China. Of course, I'm a little bit in the different side, but I need to spray, let's say, the view of my colleagues who are under the Business Europe. Let's say I will start from the name of our conference, EU, USA and China. I will try to explain our view, EU view with the United States. As my biggest part of my family still stays in the United States, of course it would be very nice to cooperate with the United States together, not against China but with China, if it's possible. But of course, unfortunately, we see from the practices, from realities, that it's only the vision, which we still have, and we hope sooner or later maybe it will be implemented. And realistically, of course, would be nice to have the relations with the United States on the one side, as for example it was during the Obama administration, to fulfill the TTIP agreement, Transatlantic Partnership Agreement. This would be, if we would have this before, maybe we wouldn't have this discussion now. It's my own view, of course, because then to stay together with the United States, I think China would go to the same way than Western democracies are moving. It's just my own view. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not happened, and now we have the three different poles, and we have really quite hard discussions between the United States and China, between China and EU, and in the past between EU and USA. Thanks God now the name is incorrect, EU, USA and China. What I would like to say, I will try to share my overview from Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists and Business Europe together on that cases. And I just, in the beginning, I talked that European Union's business wants to build a strong and fair economic relations with China. However, China's state-led systems produces a number of discriminatory outcomes and the market distortions. And just would like to offer some solutions which we discussed with Business Europe and finalized just few days ago. The firstly would be very important, secure a level playing field between China and EU and address distortions. Would be nice to create rules in EU and WTO to address industrial subsidies and behavior of state-owned enterprises. Closer cooperation with the United States and Japan. Secondly, EU policies should address market distortive effects of foreign state-owned enterprises in the areas of subsidies, investment and procurement. Strengthen the EU's trade defense instruments, TDIs, which we still don't have really in hand. Of course, convince China to make market access improvements that resemble the advantages China has gained on the EU market as well. And of course, EU must minimize dependency on Chinese raw materials and pursue active diversification. Engage China in the climate commitments and ensure protection of EU industries from unfair competition and carbon leakage. It's very important regarding the CBAM mechanism, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. And of course, China should no longer be regarded as a developing country. We are talking that this country is still developing, but in some cases I think we need to follow them. And this of course gives additional benefits for them to use quite cheap financing from the international monetary funds and other structures. At the same time, of course, we need to reinforce the EU's own competitiveness, to be really good competitive, stay in the really good position against China. We need to develop a well-functioning single market as our market, EU market. And of course, implement an ambitious industrial strategy. And just to say in that kind of cases, I just would like to say that most industrialists in Europe, and I am talking on behalf of my colleagues as BDI, BDA, Bundesdeutsches Industrie, the industrialists of Germany, that China is the biggest competitive and of course the biggest technology transfer not in the right property. Yeah? The German industry in the future sees China's biggest, maybe difficult a problem in the future in the next 10 years. In Lithuania, we feel more or less the same. And again, going back to your own competitiveness, we need really to make a green and digital transition in real business case. We need to do this, and they would follow this. And of course control the China, how they implemented their ambitious goals to be climate neutral by 2060. Yeah? On paperwork it shows and looks very nice, but in reality it could be different. Now regarding the Kai agreement, it would be very pity, of course, that 7 years, which was these negotiations between EU and China, would go away. It would be nice, nevertheless, not to spend the 7 years, which we do this before, and to find the real agreement who will work for the both sides. Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists and Business Europe, we believe that setting binding commitments in the important areas like state subsidies, forced technology transfers, climate and social standards is needed to address current market distortions. Of course, at the same time, the Kai will help to mitigate current imbalances in bilateral relationship, bringing additional market access and legal certainty for our investors, we hope. And of course, it is important to emphasize that this Kai is only the one element of the EU strategy to deal with China, which also includes the framework for the screening of foreign direct investments, international procurement instrument, foreign subsidies instrument, and closer cooperation with US and Japan on industrial subsidies. At the same time, of course, Kai is also an important instrument to keep a positive agenda with China. We need to understand this as well. And the Kai brings improved access in sectors like automotive, financial services, real estate, rental and leasing, and addresses issues such as labor rights, forced technology transfers, and unfair competition, especially by increasing transparency on subsidies and state-owned companies. At the same time, there are clear limitations to the Kai. Many of the market openings China has offered merely bind existing commitments internationally. There is increased legal certainty for companies, but no real market gains. Some structural issues, such as domestic procurement rules that discriminate against foreign investors or restrictions on cross-border data flows, are not addressed. Finally, our position, together with the Business Europe, we are convinced that it is the interest of both EU and China to have a balanced and constructive relationship. Business does not operate in a vacuum, and companies are fully committed to the respect of human rights and public international law. In this context, European business stands behind the distortions of EU implemented in coordination with international partners. Sanctions should be proportional and targeted to avoid unwanted spillover effects and far-reaching consequences. The EU and China have a strong long-term relationship. Both sides should work to avoid escalation and come to the productive outcome, including through dialogue in multilateral organizations. And of course, finally, we need to go together with the United States. And I hope sooner or later, nevertheless, maybe China will join us as well on this trip, to be climate neutral, to respect human rights, and to be the democracy economy. Thank you. I'm ready for the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yanulevičius. It was extremely interesting to listen to you, and thank you very much for presenting, the point of view of Lithuanian businesses, and not only Lithuanian, EU business community. Thank you. What I have to say to all of you, our panelists and other participants, we are running out of time. So the only thing I can do, I will ask Member of Parliament, Mr. Reinhard Bütikofer, to give his final remarks, 2 minutes max, and then I will ask my colleague Audronius Ažubalis to summarize our conference. Mr. Bütikofer, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I will hasten Let me start by supporting full-heartedly what Emanuele Singeri said about the need to broaden cooperation with actors in Taiwan. We should not just build on the business sector or on government-to-government relations, but should include civil society and party-to-party relations. I agree with that. Second, I think what Vitmantas just said was very instructive in one way, because it underscored the point that Susa made about the transformation, about the shift. The shift is meaningful, it's not complete, but it's meaningful and it's deeply founded, because it's also a shift in the perception and the attitude of the business community. And that was reflected in the words we just heard. I disagree with the hope on CAI. I think that's overly optimistic, but that may be for a later discussion. But in general terms, I would want to highlight the role that BDI, the German Federation of Industry, or Business Europe, or the engineering industry, or the electrical industry are playing positively in order to have a realistic assessment of China. My third point is, I think we've seen from the example of Australia and of Lithuania also that it is possible to stand up to China. And we should not feel that we're so vulnerable that we can't. We should not want to be the rabbit that stares at the rattlesnake. I think we have much more leverage than some of us sometimes think. And final remark is this. Mr. Klitsch has said that the EU is guided by the ideas, the ideals, the values of democracy, human rights, and rule of law. Unfortunately, that's not the case always. And I think part of the equation of our systemic competition with China is that we also have to do our homework. President Reagan once spoke about the shining city on the hill. We have not been as much of a shining city lately as we might have wanted to be. So this is also part of the competition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bütikofer. Thank you. And now, concluding remarks by Audronius Ažubalis, member of the Lithuanian Parliament, former Foreign Minister of Lithuania, and now also the Vice Chairman of the European Affairs Committee of the Parliament. Please.
Thank you, dear Laima, dear colleagues. Of course, it's hard to summarize this very interesting, very diverse and polarized discussion. I'll try, but my summary will be more political nature, and I'll do it in my mother tongue, because there are some expressions which for me would be easy to compose than in English.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will start by saying that in Lithuania, the politicians of our circle were quite surprised by this fast ratification of the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment between the EU and China. Starting with 2003, things seemed to be working, and then at the last moment, at the very end of the German presidency, the agreement was ratified. And I would like to welcome the resolution of the European Parliament in this regard on response sanctions by China to EU members and members of the European Parliament and national parliaments. It's highly crucial that this resolution is used by the Commission to use it as a leverage to improve human rights safeguarding in China and protection of human rights. Europe is pinned against the EU, USA, and I clearly saw that from the very first, because the Biden administration had a request to Europeans not to go into haste to ratify the agreement. Let's sit on the table, let's agree, but the hand extended by Biden administration was not taken on, their call was not heard. The European Parliament adopted what it had to adopt. It may seem to you that Lithuania should not be so hard on human rights, and we should not take too much attention, but it's always in our blood. We always fought for freedom and democracy. In the 19th century, we had 3 uprisings with the Poles. Back in the 2000s, in the year 2000, the Chinese parliament chair, Mr. Lipen, came to visit Lithuania. I was back then a member of the parliament. Professor Vytautas Landsbergis was chair of the Seimas of the Lithuanian parliament. At the same time, it so happened that here at the Seimas we had an international tribunal for research of the communist crimes, and it was the second session. The Chinese side learned about that, and they demanded us to close the session and to remove those people from the parliament. Professor Vytautas Landsbergis said, no, we're a free country. You can stay with us for 2 days, we agreed, but we will not send those people away. Instead of 2 days, the Chinese only met us for 2 hours in the airport, a restaurant. I believe this was good. This demonstrated that Lithuania does have a core, and when it comes to values, we will never go into compromise. This event back into the year 2000 still demonstrates for me a barometer. I always remember it when I have to choose between realpolitik and the so-called value-oriented matters, even though value-oriented matters don't produce fast dividends in political terms, unfortunately. The US Senator James Rich said that while authoritarian rules and imperial rules intend to increase their power worldwide, we still continue to be bounded by NATO member states' application and responsibility to protect and safeguard our civilization, joint heritage, and freedom based on democracy, rule of law, and rule-based world order. This is the very basis of it. Without transatlantic relations, I believe, neither Europe nor the US will survive. It will be very difficult indeed. Therefore, today, when we see that relations become not as strained as they used to be, I believe that we will come across a way to find a free trade agreement between the EU and the US, which is important. As for European approach, I can clearly see that there's division in Europe. Europe still plays the role of a bridge between the US and China, even though we understand that 30% of economic growth will take place in China in the nearest decades. That's why EU business doesn't want to remove itself from China, even though we're paying a high price for that. And regardless of what happens in Xinjiang, and who are working for the great Western companies to sell worldwide, who are working to produce the production. By 2020, I still had hopes for internal change in China. This never happened so far. We can see that. We can see the signs in Tibet, and Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South China Sea. This pinpoints to the fact that illusions on transformation were fruitless. The recent political actions of China, let's consider that. Chinese journalists, when they take part in media companies' review, will have to provide their social press releases on media to renew their accreditation, and this is quite a negative trend in internal policy due to political reasons. A decade ago, from the Chinese market, the Chinese Communist Party eliminated WhatsApp, Facebook, and other platforms. This created a parallel censored information space. And the Chinese IT industry won because they created analogous IT platforms that are obligatory to all who want to do business in China under China's rules. In view of the Chinese growing threat, the Seimas tomorrow should have to adopt a law in Lithuania for 5G companies and public tender for that. So maintenance opportunities will have to be looked into. Only companies from the EU, NATO, EFTA, and OECD will be able to take part in the bid. Some time ago, Lithuania refused to take on the equipment offered by Nuktec, a Chinese company. I have to agree with former Secretary General of NATO, Anders Fogh Rasmussen, that Europe should help to create a democratic alliance of European democracies and worldwide democracies. That today we have to decide who will set the rules for the future industrial revolution. We have to do all it takes that democracy, so that democratic countries take the lead and set the rules on the basis of a strong transatlantic link. We have to agree. We have agreed back in 2016 on the 5 key principles governing our relations with Russia. And that worked. It takes a lot, but we still adhere to these principles. Now we're in front of constructing a joint policy on China. We have to agree, whether we like it or not, that China also is a soft power of the EU. It influences our decisions. That's why it's hard to formulate and shape a joint policy. How long will it take place? Lithuania is showing initiative. We removed ourselves from the 17+1 format, as you know. We decided that it was no longer workable. It divides Europeans instead of uniting them. It divides them into categories. And that's why I believe that decision was the right one. I hope that our colleagues from other countries will follow suit and remove themselves from that structure, from that body, 17+1. As Madam Ferenczi mentioned, with years, countries saw that Beijing does not carry on its promises. This is important for Lithuania's voice and its place in the EU, and I agree that our refusal to continue existing in 17+1 was just our first swallow, so to say, our first landmark decision. The Baltic countries implement the EU interests. This is not about our interests alone. This is crucial to European interests as well. When we come to the European Parliament resolution, these decisions demonstrate that there's a joint approach to China. And to Mr. Surplis, my colleague, who said that in honesty we need to help both sides be happy, but in reality you can't do this. It's impossible. You can do it only for a month or two, and then a moment comes when you have to make a choice. And I hope that Lithuania, the US and the EU will opt for joint work for the benefit of democracies. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Audronis Žubalis.
I would like to conclude this conference by thanking panelists of our second session, Reinhard Bütikofer, Dr. Mantas Adomėnas, Senator James Elroy Rich, Rimas Varkulevičius, Emanuelis Zingeris, Bogdan Klich, our dear chairman of the Foreign and European Affairs Committee of the Polish Senate, Monika Ośmiańska, Dr. Anna Žuža, Anna Ferenci, and Vidmantas Janulevičius, the president of the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. Thank you all very much for your contributions. And our sincere gratitude goes to the interpreters of this conference and also to our staff members, Agnė Grigienė, Aldona Drėgvaitė, and Rolandas Augulis. Thank you all very much. And thank you all those who followed our conference. See you next time. Goodbye.